and gals, and welcome to the 6 hour stream for today, Friday, the 13th of May. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We already got one person watching. We got 4 thumbs up already. I was trying to find some special guests for tonight, but, well, a lot of the people in our interest group already made plans for Friday the 13th. Didn't work out like I wanted it to, but you know something? We always have fun together. So we might as well just do it. Let me see if I can actually get this thing leveled up here just a little bit. Caucasian, what's up, buddy? Oh, nope, still not right. We'll get it here. Let me see here. We'll try that, see how that works. That's a little better. Good evening, Candy. Good to see you, dear. Well, now that I got the camera set right, I can finish getting everything all whopper jammed together here, and I'm pretending to be a cowboy, a turn-of-century gangster noir gang. Very cool. Well, you know, there was a Sioux Holy man named Bigfoot, so I mean, I guess there could be a cowboy named Sasquatch. I mean, didn't Sasquatch actually mean like wild man of the wood or something like that? So I mean, that would work for a you know a crazed drinking, cigar smoking gunslinger that let me go on and share this thing out real quick. Booja, there's that. There's that, and blam, we's there, dude. KG, howdy, howdy, howdy. Hey, Ian, good to see you, bud. Ty, glad to have you. Boom, pal, bang, brother. I've done lost my marbles, and I'm playing with them on the ground. Well, just remember, when you're playing marbles, the whole idea is to knock the other feller's marbles out of the ring. I know you've been wanting to knock his marbles out of the ring for a while, but you know something? You just got to wait and do it the right way. I play Red Dead Redemption 2 online PS4. I was going to go outside, Ian, but I don't have anything set up YouTube wise on the laptop yet. The laptop I got from Danny here a few weeks ago for the investigations and stuff. I don't have any of that stuff set up, so we've not had the weather to go outside, so I'm not really worried about getting it set up. But now that we have the weather to do it, I'm thinking I might get it set up to do it. Red Dead Redemption. You know, I've never played it. I've watched my stepson play it, but I've never played it. And I'm honestly kind of waiting for the new one to come out. It's supposed to come out Christmas this year, so I'm gonna do some videos on it. You know, from a historical standpoint. Accuracy in weapons, clothing, something like that. And I meant literal marbles if you're referring to, that's a game of Risk or Battleship. see me next week. Yes, you will, bud. Yes, you will. A week from today, I will have already been on site for 24 hours and twiddling my thumbas, waiting for more folks to come in and set up. Friday night's going to be the hardest because that's the night that I or one of my officers have to be up all night long because we have people coming in from 3 or 4 different states, and somebody has to be up to let them know where to set up. That way there is no mistakes. So Carrie wants everything set up a certain way, and by God, I'm the dude to do it. So but to be honest with you, I am more excited about this coming Monday in the Morris Performing Arts Center. That place is gonna be a trip. Nobody cares who's on TikTok right now. We are not on TikTok. TikTok has resulted in no new people on here, but it has resulted in multiple thousands of views. So I guess I can't complain. At least somebody's viewing something. I used to play Risk all the time, Ty. As soon as I get another PS4, I can play Red Dead. Yeah, definitely read in on that, Caucasian, because I'd like to know. I heard last year it was going to be Christmas 2022. So I would really like to know if it's going to come out this year. If Red Dead was like Dungeons and Dragons and was a live action role play ska kind of thing, then yeah, I'm good at it. Hey, what? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well tonight. I mean, send me a script, see if I can southern draw. My PS4 got wet and it won't turn on. I told you on more than one occasion to stop using that thing as a coaster because when you start drinking whiskey, you keep knocking the glasses over. Now look what happened. Your PS4 is just a PS or a POS. Never listen to Dad. Never listen to Dad. Last time I am playing Red Dead. I'm not going to say anything because the phrase that comes out of my mouth may incriminate me in some way, shape, or form. But most redheads that I have ran across in my lifetime were good at playing just about anything. What do you mean when I'm old enough to be your dad? I'm almost 20 years older than you are. That's old enough to have... I mean, my sons are older than you are, dude. I think I'm doing pretty well at being old enough to be your dad. I just watched Candy's live stream. She plays Red Dead. Believe it or not, I have never seen a live stream of hers come on since I met her where she was playing Red Dead. Kind of like Bonnie. Okay, Caucasian, go for it. Red Dead joke. Dude, we had to turn the air on in here today. It got up to 87 degrees in this house. It was 83 outside, got up to 87. I'm like, nope, ain't doing it. Nope, ain't doing it. It raised to 88, and I said, okay, quick, close windows. What's Arthur Morgan's favorite type of girl? I don't know. What is Arthur Morgan's favorite type of girl? Hip hop ho. A hip hop ho. Cool. Cool, cool. Urban Ontario and History with Derek. Hello. Welcome, 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 my friend. Hope you're doing well tonight. Arthur Morgan's favorite type of girl is a hip hop hoe. Who's Arthur Morgan? Is that the main cowboy in the game? Like I said, I've only watched my stepson play. I know nothing about it. Yeah, Candy, if you do a gaming stream soon, I will watch it just to see somebody else. Just to see somebody else playing it. As soon as I can get a PS4, we'll have to do a live stream. I do free roam and own just about every gun you could buy on there. A BBW, Big Beautiful Woman. Let's see, you kiss yourself laughing so hard she yells at her horse 1 minute. She wants to kill it the next. Look at him, and he's so pretty. Arthur Morgan is, yeah, the main character. Okay, all right, I got you. Well, like I said, guys, this is 6 hours tonight. I figured I'd start an hour early. That way, wouldn't keep everybody up so late. We got us a full 6 hours, 6 p.m. till midnight. Careful, I'm an Ice Age mammal. I like big girls. Sounds kinky. Me and Ty play it together. We're like Bonnie and Clyde on there. I gotta see you guys do it sometime. Candy's the only one that I know that dies just follow her rot. I made some sun tea. Ooh, I bet that's good. Bet that's good. I don't have a glass jar to make sun tea. I was looking for it. We did have one. I think it might have got broke last year. But I was going to make some sun tea today, too. Great Sky Troll on PlayStation Network. But yeah, guys and girls, the main reason for tonight's stream is to build up the investigation fund. We do have some investigations coming up here real soon that we have to pay for. The one on Monday night at the Morris was actually $250. Mark himself covered $150 of it. So, divided up between the other 8 or 9 of us, that's like $15 a piece or some crazy crap. There's not gonna be 8 or 9 of us too. There's gonna be like 6 of us, I think. So, and then next month here in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, because it's going to be June 4th, we have got, it has been confirmed, we have got cabins that are being provided for us at the town of David in the forest out by St. Joe. I was doing a spirit box session earlier trying to get a hold of Elvis Aaron Presley. Oh, wow. Very, very cool. I would actually like to, I would like to go to Graceland sometime and just see, just walk around with my meter in my pocket and just see if I can get any kind of a reaction down there, just walking around, doing the tour and asking questions. Um, that would be very, very cool. Very cool. Candy is a beast hunting on Red Dead. Definitely damn good bounty hunter. Um, hey Drew, a buddy of mine is starting a public domain movie night. Now that would be cool. A public domain movie night. That's something I've never seen. I mean, I see people put movies up on occasion, but they're usually so hatched up and chopped up that you miss parts of it because they can't actually put the whole movie on there. So they'll do like 4 or 5 minute clips, and then they'll cut it, and then they'll start another one that's 4, 5, 6 minutes long. And they'll stop it, start another one. You usually miss things, or YouTube catches it and just puts the same one, whether it's the first 5 minutes or 6 minutes out of the middle of the movie or whatever. They'll just put it on there like 15 times. So you start watching it, and it's just replays the same part over and over again. So that would actually be cool. I'm not that good, thank you, but not that good, Tyler. Thank you. Hey Joe, good to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. Pin that up there at the top. Hey Richie, good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well. I tend to go in guns a-blazing. On a game like that, that's the only way to go in, because you just never know. You never know who's going to be inside those doors, who's going to be around the next rock, who's going to be set up on top of a hill waiting to snipe somebody out. When you're going to be walking down the trail and a bear come running at you or something, get attacked by a rabid elk or something like that. Hey Tony, man, all Tony had to see was guns a-blazing, and he was just right there. The foreplay is over. The guns are a-blazing. Tony is a happy camper. Now the key in the spirit box session was trying to contact someone famous to say when the date, month, and year when they were born, date, month, and year when they passed, and say a prayer. Never tried that with a spirit box session, Para-Urban. Never tried that with a spirit box session. when we open our spirit box sessions, we'll usually introduce ourselves, knock on the wall or table or something a couple times, let them know that we're there to communicate with them, to tell their stories, to tell their history. But yeah, I've never tried, never done the birth date and death date before. And there's always a prayer involved when I go in. I have been attacked too many times. I've walked away with too many scratches, nausea and stuff like that. There is always prayers and there is always blessings and smudgings going on either before or after an investigation. Just about every single gun you can buy on there and a pretty good shot. Very cool. That pic is me shooting my Super Blackhawk Hunter. Well, it's kind of a small picture, but I am seeing a huge muzzle flash coming out of that thing, so you could light up a room with that muzzle flash. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not, but my little familiar is down there at the bottom of the door trying to get underneath the door. Little Mr. Ralphie. I should always say a prayer before doing, a prayer before and after. Don't forget Spirit Box, the portal. Now, I'm not saying that I don't do prayers on a regular basis. I'm going to start putting more of that stuff at the beginning and the ending of the videos so people can actually see how cautious we are when we do the investigations. I don't like to take chances. Danny and I are the oldest guys on the team, and you know, he's had health problems even worse than mine. So I don't like to take chances. I've got Tommy, and I've got Randy, and I've got Mark that's in his 30s. Randy's in his 30s. Heather's in her 30s. Tommy's in his 20s. I don't like to take chances with anybody. So that's one thing I am going to definitely start doing on our videos, is showing when we, or how we do our prayers beforehand, when we smudge and purify and bless the area, things like that. I use the Native American technique of smudging. I actually have a turkey feather fan, a very, very, very large sage bundle, sweetgrass, tobacco, and cedar that I burn in an abalone shell when I smudge. So yeah, I'm definitely going to start doing that with these with this new year and the new investigations, is showing how I smudge everybody, how we do our prayers, things like that. A lot of people have asked me in the past why we don't pray or anything. It's like, well, we do. I just don't show it. I show the investigation. I don't show all of our free stuff. That's kind of like filming a family trip and filming packing your suitcases before you get to your destination. I can tell you guys right now that the town of David is probably going to be a two-part investigation video. When Randy and Tommy went out there last night and checked it out, I guess some lady was walking her dog from the campground next door, and I guess their K2 meter went bat poop crazy. Um, when the little dog come walking up to them to get petted and stuff. I guess the K2 meter went nuts, and there's no electricity here at all. All the electricity has been cut to this amusement park area that the House of David had originally set up. They had their cabins there. They had amusement park rides. They had a train depot, train rides. They had a zoo. They had all that, and all the power has been cut off since the late 70s. So there's no reason whatsoever. There's no power lines, no power towers, no nothing. They are out in the middle of the forest. And I guess when that woman and the little dog walked up, the K2 meter just went nuts. They said it spiked. So I got a feeling we're going to run. Not to mention the fact, story has it that some of the non-lethal animals they just released into the forest, but nobody knows what happened to the dangerous animals, the bears, the lions, stuff like that. So nobody has any record of what happened to any of the animals from the zoo. So it could be a very interesting overnight stay. Who knows? Yeah, sounds really interesting. Sounds a little frightening, to be honest with you. I don't mind, being chased by a raccoon or something like that, but when there's potentially bear in an area that 80 miles south where the nearest bear should be, there have been reports of bear over in that area, so they could be bear from the zoo when it was active. I have a cemetery investigation this Sunday and again on the 1st of June, 1800 cemetery where people were hung. Very interesting. What part of Ontario are you from, Para Urban? Mechanical with residual electromagnetics left over. See, they were nowhere near a building. They were out in the middle of just a big open area. And like I said, the power has been cut since like 1979. So what is an Amigo? I'm negotiating for a 4x4 96 Amigo. Oh, okay, you're in Windsor. Very cool. I've been through there a few times, crossing over the Ambassador Bridge and heading up to Chatham, either Chatham or London. I used to do the Battle of Thames up in Chatham, Ontario, the 1812 battle reenactment up there. So I've been through Windsor a few times. Yeah, you're only about you're probably 2 hours, 2.5 hours from me. I think I'm about an hour and 45 minutes, maybe 2 hours from Detroit. Oh God, here it comes again. These days I'm gonna blow a blood vessel in my eye, be looking like I got possessed or some shit. red demon eyes or something. Well, guys and gals, how shall we kill the next 5.5 hours? Because I know y'all don't just want to sit there and watch me talk. Yeah, we should. We should. Now, one problem with that, I don't drive. Diabetes is slowly but surely taking my eyes. I have a haze that sets right across the center of this eye all the way to the bottom now. But I think we're planning on doing some Detroit stuff this summer. I know Danny has been working on trying to get some things arranged, especially up there at the Masonic, the old Masonic temple up there in Detroit. What's going on? Been a while since I've actually stayed on. Now I can sit here and chat. Awesome, Cade. Good to see you, bud. I'm going to kill most of it by sleeping. But yeah, I'm fine with that, Para-Urban. I love collaborating with folks. Welcome back, Candy. Hope you got the doggies out okay. No worries, I don't drive either. I have my own team, my own journalist, my own driver. Very cool. I'm actually looking for some camera folks down here. I have a hard time filming myself doing the investigations. It's just moving the camera, moving the tripod all the time. I miss out on a lot. I'm looking for somebody down here in the area just to start running the camera for me. You know, like Tommy's got. He's got John that drives in from Illinois. It's like a two-hour drive. Almost every Friday night when we have an investigation going on. And, you know, John brings his $6,000 camera and all of his gear, and he does nothing at the investigation but follow Tommy around. Talk about spoiling the kid. Sometimes Drew likes to collaborate. Yes, he does. I like having the journalist, though. Yeah, when it's just Living History's Mysteries, it's only Mark and I. Usually we go out as the Midwest Parahistoric Society, and that's actually 4 teams that banded together to start it, and we're working on getting even more folks from the Midwest. Depending on what it is. Yeah, I'm all for collaborating, dude. That's one of the reasons I want to blow the channel up. That's I found a shirt that looks like one John Denver wore in the 70s, and now it's in my possession. Nothing wrong with some John Denver. But no, that's one of the reasons I want to blow the channel up so much, is that way, you know, if we're making decent money on the channel, then, you know, I can get the guys, we got the gas money to do a little bit of traveling. coming and seeing folks, checking out the mysteries and the hauntings and the stuff in their areas. Um, Sadly enough, here in a couple weeks, I'm going to miss the whole North Carolina thing with What the Paranormal. And that's start talking about it, and there's Sean right there. That lucky devil is going to North Carolina. He's going to get to have all the fun this time for quite a few of us that can't go. Lucky SOB. He's going to North Carolina, but he can't come over here and hang out with us in Michigan. Ain't that a fine howdy do? We should investigate Gettysburg, Antietam, Sachs-Covered Bridge, Harper's Ferry, and Andersonville. I would love to do Andersonville. I've done Gettysburg. Sadly enough, I was only there for 2 days. It's all the time we had. I went there in October of 2020. And that, my friend, was an experience. That was an experience. Thank you, Sean, for sharing me out on the tab, bud. I really appreciate that. Sachs-Covered Bridge, I wanted to go there, but pretty much everybody told me that Sachs-Covered Bridge was just a hangout now for kids, smoking pot and screwing around and stuff like that. There's people there all night long. So you really didn't get good readings. Oh yeah, Antietam, Harper's Ferry, Andersonville, I'd love to do them. I've been over there plenty of times, just have not been able to meet up. I know. Can you release your old videos, and can you please explain why you had to shut down Living History Channel? I was busy, never had the chance to hear you explain it. Yes, I most definitely can. Wait, what's that? I'll be going to go look at 2 or 3 vehicles. I'm coming home with one. Cool. Good luck, bud. The whole thing that happened with the old channel was that basically when we switched over to doing parahistorical and not just history, we really started growing. I mean, we went from 1,500 subscribers to over 4,100 subscribers in just a couple months. And as far as I can tell, people got jealous. They got jealous of how quick we started to grow. They got jealous of, everything. And I had one person, and I know it's one person because, and I'll explain why I know it's one person. I had one person copyright strike me on 4 photos. Public photos. Now, normally you can't copyright somebody on something unless you own it. But since COVID hit and YouTube quit using people to monitor the videos and stuff, and they left it all up to the computer, it's really easy to hit somebody with a copyright claim, but it's not easy. It's almost impossible to dispute it. And they hit me for 4 public photos, only because I used the photos in the same order that they did, which is the order that I downloaded them off of Google. And there was no way I could dispute it. So they decided they were going to, and this all happened within a week and a half. So I was forced to shut down the old channel. I saved 60 videos out of 900 something that I had on there. We were at 750,000 views, 911 videos. But I was forced to save what I could and shut the channel down before they shut it down, and I started Living History's Mysteries, which was only straight parahistoric. Let me see. Wishing you luck. Fingers crossed. My friend said I should go for the caddy. Make the ladies call me daddy. Nope. You go for a Cadillac at your age, they're only going to say that you're compensating for a loss somewhere else in your life. Or not a loss, more like a minimization of necessary you get my hint. I wouldn't drive a Cadillac if somebody gave it to me. An Escalade? Does it have bling on it? Is it all blinged out? Yeah, basically what I'm saying is you get a Cadillac Escalade and you're gonna be, you're compensating for great choice when gas is $5 a gallon. That's why most people are getting, if they insist on having an SUV, most people are getting small ones, like the old ladies, Eclipse and things like that. They're getting little Chevy and Saturns and things like that with gas going up the way it is. Yeah, teeny weeny. Yeah, normally you're right. Normally it's not the size unless you're measuring it in the negative numbers. Then of course it's, yeah, a Bronco too. There you go. That's something I wish I still had, was my Bronco. I had a first series Bronco, and that thing was a hoss. It was jacked up. It that was my kicker cruiser right there. I don't hold it to use it. Well, I don't have to compensate for anything. I know what I got. I know how to use it. There you go. Hey, Cassie. Good to see you, hon. I hope you're doing well tonight. If you don't know, it is not. I'm not saying anything else. I really want the Chevy truck, but it's got higher miles. How high? I mean, you know as well as I do that a Chevy's not even really broken in till it hits 150,000 miles, and it's just starting to get broke in. My Silverado that I used to have had, oh God, 275,000 miles on it when I got it, and I used to drive all around shoveling people's sidewalks and their driveways and stuff all winter long and never once had an issue. 40 below zero, walk out there and whoa, it fires right up. Or fired right up. That truck looked so good and was so strong that the guy that bought it from me offered me $500 more for it than I paid for it, and I had another 2,500 miles on it when I got rid of it. Thank you. Good. I'm glad to hear that. How's those new cards? I seen your stream the other day when you was playing with the new decks. Now, Para-Urban just made a really cool statement, and it was something I was thinking earlier, but you guys know I don't show off my geekdom very much. But during the 80s, let's go pre-80s. I grew up with Star Trek parents. And in the 80s, I watched Star Trek The Next Generation. At the very end of the first episode, Encounter at Farpoint, Dr. McCoy was on board the new Enterprise, and Data was walking him back to the shuttle bay to leave. And he made the remark about, you always treat her like a lady, and she'll always get you home. And that's exactly what I thought about my old truck. You always treat her well, and she'll always get you home. Wow, I can agree with that. Here's a nice looking Chevy truck. Just need to weight the pros and the cons of each vehicle. Hey Terry, good to see you, dear. Hope you're doing well this evening. Oh, gonna be a long night, gonna be a long night. That's okay. I'm usually up till a little after midnight anyway, so why not sit here and spend it with y'all? Did find a new show, though, for those of you that are into the paranormal and into the really cool stuff. Wife was out there cooking dinner tonight, and I got a chance to go through Discovery Plus. Found a TV show called Haunted America. The very first episode was all about New Orleans. Looks like it's going to be a brand new watch-worthy show. They covered the cemeteries. They covered all kinds of stuff down in the area around New Orleans. I can't wait for the next episode. Find out what it's about. Oh, I may have just found my truck after all. I'm looking at one right now, 225,000 miles, black and red Chevy, 2004, 4959. Not bad. I'd be looking at city and highway mileage on it, what size of motor it has, things like that. My daughter was born Friday the 13th at 4:13 and weighed 6 pounds 7 ounces. That's very curious. born on Friday the 13th, born at 4:13, and if you add, yeah, if you add the 6 and the 7, you get 13. You know, I don't know what I'm more excited about next week. If I'm more excited about the Morris Performing Arts Center investigation in South Bend, or if I am more excited about finally getting to see my friends again at the Niles Renaissance Fair. Security is so easy there, guys. I'll tell you what. Um, like I said, I sit up all night long watching the grounds, watching everybody's tents, all the stuff they bring in to sell and everything, the historic weapons tent, stuff like that. When people come in the morning, I'm able to lay down, catch a couple hours of sleep. They come in, wake me up. Of course, before I lay down, I put my bacon on to smoke, hang it over the fire, and let it sit there and just drip and smoke. Get all nice and jerkied. They come wake me up. I have my coffee already hot. I got my bacon already smoked. Sit down, have a little bit of victuals, grab some coffee, get myself all renaissanced, and get my badge on, and I start walking. This thing sits where everybody can see it. Not to mention I have the big security sign sitting outside my tent, so everybody knows if there's any problem. All they gotta do is find me. I'll do my walk-arounds about every hour or so, and lay down right after dinner, sleep for about 2 hours, and get back up for the night again. So I'm trying to get into the former Kingston Federal Pen in Kingston, Ontario, to do an investigation this summer. Very cool. Now, see, the infirmaries, the penitentiaries, the asylums, those are the things I want to do. Only because the individuals that were there were so troubled that when and if something did happen to somebody on the grounds, there has to be something lurking behind. There has to be residual, there has to be active, and there has to be hostile. Oh, let me see here. Been at it about almost an hour. I am going to take a run to the potty real quick, the first of many, and y'all just play nice, and I'll be right back. Booyah! What do we got here? They still have the old electric chair there, which I'm going to sit in it and try the Estes method. Very, very cool. Very cool. A man after my own heart. You like to do things to get their attention. I like that. Play nice. Everyone behave yourselves. I don't know what behave means. Yeah. Like we don't all know that. Bitchin', what is up, my brother? Hope you're doing well. When you gonna be heading back this way there, Big Fitch? Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, my white fuzzy butt. Let's see here. Back up. It's been a while. Up. Yeah, way up there. I always play nice. I'm an angel. I've got on house slippers, not boots. So keep the BS down to a minimum, please. I don't want to get these are good socks. I don't want to get them all covered in poo poo now. Keep the BS to a minimum. Fish are biting. There's been some people down here on the pier already fishing. Down here at Stone Lake, they were down there fishing the other night. And it looked like they were catching some. Usually every night, especially since the temp's gone up and it's got warmer in the evening, there's usually people down there every night catfishing off the pier. They spent quite a bit of money putting that pier in. I think it was $70,000 putting that. I mean, it goes way out there. It goes 75 yards out into the lake, and then it tees off another probably 25 yards, 30 yards, something like that. Lateral to the other. So it's basically a big tee sitting out there. And yeah, there's guys out there just about every evening now catfishing. which this lake right down the road from me, we got muskie, we got catfish, we got bass, we got bluegill, crappie, walleye. There's all kinds of stuff in this lake down here. Not to mention, we got a couple snapping turtles in there that'll flip a boat. Things are probably 100 years old. Muskie, like a northern pike. Big long fish with a lot of teeth. Kind of like a, yeah, I guess kind of like a redfin. Just a big long slender fish with a whole lot of really, really sharp teeth. Yeah, a big fish with teeth. That's exactly what it is. Muskie usually around the two to 3 foot mark. Sometimes they get a little bit bigger than that, but usually you're somewhere in between the 2 to 3 foot mark. Yeah, see, Sean's basically from this area, like what, Sean? 2.5 hours, almost directly west of me. So I mean, you're used to fishing for predatory fish. You know, you catch a baby bass, catch a small bluegill, something like that, and put them on your hook, throw them back in, and let them wiggle, and you'll catch one of these big predatory fish. I'm thinking about trying to sardine some bluegill. Hmm. Don't know how that would be. Can't imagine it would be bad. I mean, sardines are good. Had a pike almost pull me into the Fox River. Wow. Now that's a good sized pike if he's going to pull a man like you into the river. Love going catfishing, but do like going to the river to fish. Beats time. Love the fishing around here. Well, Missouri fishing is good. Everything in Missouri is good. Well, I mean, except that southern tip down there where the big twisty, windy things like to pass through a lot. I would like to go to Branson. I got to admit, I would really like to go to Branson. There's a lot of really cool haunted locations in the Branson area. Um, I think I was talking about that this morning. I would love to do Branson. I would love to do the Titanic Museum. There's enough artifacts from the Titanic in that museum that a lot of people that work there have reported paranormal happenings. But aside from the Titanic Museum, there's probably 30 haunted locations in Branson that are known. And then, of course, up there where Para-Urban's at, in Ontario, you've got locations from the War of 1812. There are locations up there from uh, predating the American Revolution. So cemeteries and stuff that would just be absolutely just mind-boggling to go in and check out. I hate to take kids back to Branson. I promise them this dad doesn't break promises. It's because you're a good dad. Been fishing on Table Rock Lake down there by Branson. Great trout fishing on the other side of the dam. There used to be a real nice place here not very far from the house to go trout fishing. There was a little dam down there. And here just a couple of years ago they took the dam out. And I mean, you still get trout in there, but it's not like it used to be. For some reason, I don't know why. Just taking the dam out and making it a steady flowing river altered the migration patterns of the trout, but it has severely. My stepson used to go down there every year, and he would bring at least a couple trout out or a couple salmon, and the wife and I would go meet up with him, and she'd clean them and make salmon patties, homemade salmon patties out of them. We've had some nice trout come out of there. My God, those things are big. It feed a family of 6 real nice on two little trouts. I'd love to go there too. Titanic Rose is where my daughter got her middle name. Oh, okay. I caught my first trout Table Rock Lake. Not bad. She's also born on April 15th. Very cool. I almost fell in. I was 6. You heard it straight from the horse's mouth, guys and girls, and that's why Tyler is still wet behind the ears. Got an offer here. May take it. Really? New job? Mr. Fish? Oh, you slipped on a rock. Oh, I got you. I thought maybe the trout tried to pull you in. Well, that's cool fishing. I mean, dang, I had you up here for a few weeks. Got to actually meet you face to face once. I hate to think about you not coming back. I was looking forward to some fishing dates and stuff together. Some beer drinking this summer. But I mean, got to do what makes you happy, sir. I hope it's an occupation that you're familiar with and can do as well as you did that last one. For those of you that don't remember, fishing used to travel all around the area, working on CNC machines. Oh yeah, it's the same as before, but more money. There you go. There you go. Congratulations, bud. I can't fault you. for staying down there and getting back into something that you're familiar with. You know what you're doing, and especially if it's got, better finances to it and better benefits. I can't fault you one bit. We're both still young. We'll get our time to go fishing and drink beer together. And I mean, nothing else. We get down that way to visit mom and dad. I can always give you a holler, tell you where we're going to be, when we're going to be there, and we can meet up, have dinner, slam a few beers, lie to each other about our conquests, or something like that. No, I was reeling him in and stepped on a rock. The waves were splashing and I slipped. My dad caught me and the pole. Very cool. Well, at least you didn't go in the water. Cool fishing. I look forward to it. Bud. As you guys can see, Edgar's got a different collar to him now up there in his face. I got ready to turn him on, or flip the switch tonight to turn his little green lights on, and he didn't work no more. This was at 3 minutes till the live stream started. So I had to improvise, and I kind of like that. I kind of like that orangey reddish gur coming out of there. So I just leave him like that. Him and the wolf both match now. The wolf is still sitting back over here being all wolfish. It was cold water, I'm glad too. Now, I just want everybody to know, too, that I'm going to be fine doing this 6 hours. If y'all don't got it, I know some of you guys have a real nasty habit of when I do long live streams, y'all like to try to hang out with me the entire time. That's why I'm only doing 6 hours. Y'all remember what the last long live stream did to me? The 12-hour one? Y'all remember New Year's 2 years ago when I was up for 36 straight hours doing a live stream? Old men don't do that no more. We learn from our mistakes. The last all-nighter, I fell asleep. Yep. Yep. Well, I mean, you sit and you figure, if I'm on here for 12 hours and I started in the evening time at 7 o'clock and I go 7 to 7. That means I have been up since 2 or 3 o'clock that morning. So a 12-hour live stream, I'm actually up almost 27 hours. So that's why the last time I done the 24-hour live stream, I was actually up 36 hours because I'd been up all day long since like 2 o'clock in the morning and then done a 24-hour live stream. That's why I don't do that no more. Okay, guys, I'm back. Sorry for leaving. Had to run to the store for refreshments and snacks. Can't fault you for that, Para Urban. Can't fault you for that one bit. I got me some jelly beans up here and got my soda sitting over here to the side. And if I get hungry, I got hot dogs sitting out sitting out in the fridge right now from last night. So I'm good. I won't need it though. My wife made some chicken and rice tonight. Made some parched corn. I come in here tonight with a full belly. Oh, I know. She makes the best parched corn. And the really nice thing is she does the whole bacon grease thing. Since we keep all of our bacon grease and everything, plus I get it from the family, and so I just she pulls out a tub of bacon grease, gets it melted, gets it sizzling, pours that or drains the corn, puts it in there, and just lets it go. Each little bite of corn tastes like bacon heaven. Got a dozen donuts and coffee for Drew's telethon. Well, and you know, I wasn't going to do a telethon, but we have got investigations coming up that we have to pay for. The one Monday night at the Morris, they wanted $250 to do it. Mark paid $150 of it. So, you know, I've got to being the leader of the group, I had to throw some in to help cover the other $100. Plus, I got the Ren Fair next weekend that I'm going to have to supply all my food and my beverages and everything else for. The weekend after that, we have got the House of David, well, Town of David, which was a amusement park that was built out in the forest by the House of David, which was a well, we'll just call it like it is. You know, it was a cult, and they were trying to get a little bit more well known in the community, draw some more folks in. So they put in this zoo / amusement park back in the 50s, and it lasted till the late 70s when they closed it down and got out. Now, they're, of course, supplying cabins for us and stuff like that, but it's going to be an overnight investigation, so, you know, we got to supply food for that one, a donation for them, you know, for inviting us in, and since it's that they live on donations and cabin rentals and stuff, they're giving us 2 cabins. So, you know, just helping out and stuff. And that's the reason I decided just right there over the next month, not even a month, you know, we got things that, and for those of you that have been with the channel for the longest, you know that it's the donations and stuff that keep me alive. My wife has a job, but I made a promise to her when I started this channel that I would not ask her for anything. I would make this channel support itself, or I wouldn't do it anymore. So, still fighting for the disability. We had to start that over. I had the disability hearing in July last year because of COVID and my inability to keep going to the doctor and getting the doctor's reports that Social Security needed. They denied me. So now I've started all over the process again. But things will work out. Things always work out. I'm going to have tater tots later. Tater tots. I got a big bowl of tater salad. Wife made on Wednesday evening, and we're still eating off of it. I'm eating chili cheese Frito corn chips right now. Chili cheese Fritos sounds really good. I'm thinking of doing a food challenge on my channel sometime in June. Thinking of eating 10 or 15 bacon double cheeseburgers in 2 minutes. Bacon double cheeseburgers. Well, back in the day when I could actually eat, before the beaters attacked me, I used to wipe out a 10-pack of tacos from Taco Bell. I'd buy a box of those for like $7 or $8 and come home and eat tacos all evening long. So KG and Wookie just flipped me off because I got chili cheese corn chips. Oops. That is a lot in 2 minutes. That is a lot in 2 minutes. But I mean, I never doubt a determined person. If they want to, by God, if Para-Urban thinks he can wipe out 10 or 15 double or bacon double cheeseburgers in 2 minutes, I'll watch that. Of course, I don't want to be a fly on his wall after the live stream ends and he goes in there and barfs up 8 of them. But, just watching him eat them is going to be worth the while. That's going to be entertaining in itself. That's pretty quick. I mean, I got to admit, 10 or 15 bacon double cheeseburgers in 2 minutes, that's got to be some kind of a record. I mean, it's not like them hot dog eating contests when somebody eats, like 30 hot dogs in 3 minutes or something like that. Yes, I did. KG, did you flip Candy off because she's got some chili cheese corn chips? That is not the actions of an angel. You said you was an angel. Shame, shame, shame. I lied a little. You lied a lot. I'm 43. Back when I was a teenager, I could eat. Derek, that's the same way I was, man. That's probably why I got diabetes, is because eating was one of my favorite things. And I grew up in a country household. Now, I don't know what a country household is like in Canada. But, down here in the U.S., it's chicken and dumplings, it's homemade mashed potatoes, it's homemade lemon meringue pie, homemade chocolate cream pie, homemade coconut cream pie, meatloaf, roast potatoes, carrots, and onions. It is, believe me, I grew up eating. My family had a common belief back in the 70s and 80s that if you got up away from the table and you were still hungry, then that's your fault because there's plenty of leftovers. Mom always made enough that if somebody, and this sounds stupid, but any Southern family that you run across, they'll tell you you always cook enough food in case somebody has car trouble, comes knocking at your door with their family, and needs a meal. You always have enough food on the table to sit them down and feed them. Soup, beans, and cornbread. Amen to that. Ham and beans and homemade cornbread. Mm-hmm. Fried taters. Oh yeah. Gots to have some fried taters. Wife just made fried taters the other night. Should have seen my eyes light up. We never used ham hocks. Mom would always, whenever we had a ham for Easter or whatever, she would always cut the ham bone out and leave a lot of meat around it and stuff. She'd stick it in the freezer. Then when she decided she was going to make ham and beans, she'd pull it out, get it in there cooking and stuff. And we also had an old family meat market next to us where we could go in there and get a ham bone or a beef bone or something like that, make beef and noodles, ham and beans. We'd go in there, ask them about it, and they wouldn't charge you for it. They just wrap it up and give it to you. Let me see here. When my mom cooked and baked all that, we always had a spread at dinner. My mom made enough to feed an entire Canadian army. There was enough leftovers for the rest of the week. I'm in Alabama, so I cook Southern style. Hey, Deb. Good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing okay tonight. Bama Slamma. Amen to that. There it went again. How about that? Alabama been in the news lately. Yes, they have. I'll tell you what, these storms, thank you, KG. These storms this year so far been tearing the South up. Thank you, Candy. Appreciate it, sweetie. But yeah, sounds like your mom cooked like mine did. And you know, it's really funny because my mom was one of 11 kids, 9 girls, 2 boys, and she was like the second or third to the youngest. And when her and my dad met, my mom didn't know how to cook nothing. She burnt water. And my grandmother, my dad's mom, which was second generation American. My great grandmother's parents came from Ireland. So with her, she brought all those good old Irish recipes. And my great grandmother passed them on to my grandmother. My grandmother passed them on to my mom. And oh yeah, yeah. I grew up eating plenty. Well, like you said, enough to feed the entire Canadian Army, and enough to feed them enough that they didn't feel like grabbing their guns and going anywhere for a couple hours after they ate. Sure can't do that these days, y'all. You got to save up half a year just to get Thanksgiving dinner and Christmas dinner now. Stuff's getting expensive. Hey, Jay. Good to see you, bud. Hope you had a good day at work. At least you made it home on Friday the 13th, so I mean, you know. And no black cats ran in front of your truck today. The only black cat I'm concerned about pretty much didn't leave my side all day long, so whenever I'd walk, he'd walk right between my legs wherever I went. I sat down with the wife, watched TV, he jumped up on my lap and laid there. Never walked in front of me. Never left my side. Hope you guys all got a kick out of the Salem witch trial video that I put out yesterday. Not the one that I put out on Wednesday that I had to take down and delete and everything. Still haven't figured out the issue with that. Hey, Lee. Good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing all right tonight. But only home for dinner, then back out to Menards to pick up weekend project. Oh, God. What's that crazy skinny woman got you doing this weekend? I know she's not having you add any more onto that chicken pen, man, because that thing's beautiful. That's like a chicken Taj Mahal, man. That's beautiful. You did a great job on that. My 10th great grandmother got called up in the Salem trials. I've actually got somebody planned to come on here next month who is a descendant of one of the women charged with witchcraft. I think she's going to be real interesting to listen to. She has done some research into her family, and her research really points the exact same way that everything did in that video. That Salem village was pretty much split in the middle, and you had the church supporters that wanted to have their own church, your more well-to-do people in the community versus the people who didn't want to pay the extra taxes and just wanted to deal with a traveling minister. And all of the charges of witchcraft came from this side of town, and all the ones charged with witchcraft came from this side of the town. So, you know, conspiracy? Looks like it. That was an interesting video, you're right. Trying to finish wiring and putting block around the coop. Very cool. Hey, Danny. Good to see you, bud. Glad you stopped by. Even if it's just long enough to say how to do. Glad you stopped by. Yeah, I'm in the middle of the two. I just thought that was really interesting. Margaret Scott was her name, and she wasn't even from Salem. No, there was, if I remember correctly, before the witch trials in Salem began, there was 20 people hanged north of Salem, I think. Just a few, like 6 years before, 8 years before. 1692, and they were all charged with being in league with the Dark One. So there was a lot of different people that weren't really actually covered in the Salem witch trials. She was from like the next town over, was among the last group to be executed. She's from Rowley. Okay. Yeah, it's a very interesting story, and the more you look into it, the more stuff you find. Um, but I would love to go to Salem. I know that, a few of the original buildings are still standing today, but not many of them. But the one thing that hasn't really changed much is Gallows Hill. I would absolutely love to go to Gallows Hill and do a K2 reading, or do some type of vocal communication, and see what we can get on the voice recorders and stuff. Apparently she was widowed or something, wasn't exactly part of the well-to-do class. Westchester County. I'd have to look up that name. Margaret Scott. Let me see here real quick. There's got to be something on her. Right there. Woodah. Found guilty of witchcraft during the Salem witch trials and was executed by hanging on September 22nd, 1692. She was part of the last group to be executed, which also included Mary Easty, Martha Corey, Anne Padeter, Samuel Wardwell, Mary Parker, Alice Parker, and Wilmot Red. There is actually a stone born March 28th, 1616. Died at 77. Very interesting. Going to Salem was a dream of mine. Road trip time. I wished if I had somebody to go with me and hang out, that wanted to go and do the investigations and stuff. I'd hitch a ride. I'd take the equipment. There's a stone in Rowley dedicated to her. Yes, I just seen a picture of the stone when I was checking her out on Google. 3 types of chicken hawks. Didn't know that. I didn't know that either. I thought there was just chicken hawks. I didn't know there was 3 different types. Then again, if Jan has her way about it, she'll find some way to make Jay electrify the top of that pin. That way anything that lands on the top of it and tries to get her little chicklies out of there is going to get the shock of its life. If there's a way to just electrify the roof of it, Jan will find a way to make Jay do it. Watch. I appreciate that, Deb. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Oh, man. Goodness gracious sakes. Almost 2 hours down, guys. We are 1 hour and 41 minutes into this 6 hour monstrosity we're going to call a live stream. Just watched an interesting video on the Seabees stealing a bunch of locomotives in the Korean War. Wow. Um, Earlier, I was talking about a new show I just started watching. It's on Discovery Plus. It's called Haunted America. The very first episode is all about New Orleans. Different haunted locations, the cemeteries, um, one little cemetery out in the glades or out in the bayou that is haunted by a voodoo priestess that the folks um, the folks all used to go to for help, all of her healing and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, people just kind of turned their back on her and didn't go anymore. And when she died, they put her in the ground out there in this little cemetery that is nothing but um, folks from this little town out in the bayou. And she haunts it. They had some New York girls go out there, paranormal investigators, and I guess you could hear her screeching and screaming out of the forest, scared the hell out of them girls. They got out of that cemetery as fast as they could. You could hear the screeching and screaming. At first, I thought, okay, an owl's going to screech or something, scare these city girls. That weren't no owl that screamed. I'll tell you that right now. It straight up sounded like a woman screaming, echoing through that forest, or yeah, through the bayou, the trees, the cypress trees, and scared the hell out of them. Yeah, they do. They have a graveyard of their own, off away, and of course, you know, right there in the bayou, you got the story of the village of the Loup Garou. Um, there's an urban legend down in that area about the dance of the Loup Garou, where the entire village um, are like lycanthropes. They all change on the same days of the year, and it's like a huge celebration. Yep, it just dinged, Lee. I will check that out, bud, as soon as we're done here. Oh, you have a friend that lives there. Very cool. See, New Orleans is another one of those places I've always wanted to go. If you guys remember here a couple weeks ago, I done the video on the casket girls that were brought in to New Orleans from France, and the reports that some of them that came in um, were very pale of skin, uh, did not look healthy at all. And several people in New Orleans believed that they were either transporting in vampires in the caskets, or they were vampires themselves. So that's a very cool video to watch. There's a lot of information there. I mean, I had always heard that Anne Rice based her vampire characters in New Orleans off of the true stories of the vampires in New Orleans that came as French aristocracy, and who knows? Who knows what's really out there? Brand new things are discovered every single day. And sometimes those things that just seem too out of touch are the ones that are right under your nose. So, time I get done with it, it'll be more secure than Fort Knox. Haunted America is also on Netflix. I didn't know that. I've never seen it on Netflix. There is a school in New Orleans for vampires. Huh. Wow. I didn't even get a chance to finish the episode. I'm going to finish it tomorrow because, well, I ain't got much to do tomorrow. So I'm going to sit down and watch a few more episodes of it. John, good to see you, bud. Good to see you. Look up the skull of a sail cat. Looks like someone on a cross. A sail cat. Never heard of it. I saw the other night while looking on Netflix. I think it's called Alfred C. Priestley Junior High. Very interesting. Glad you could join us, John, if only for just a little bit. Ocean catfish. I'll check that out. That sounds really interesting. So, like I said earlier, I'm glad to see that everybody survived another Friday the 13th. Of course, if you was here this morning, I told you guys what I was going to do today. I left the room at 10 after 10 this morning, went straight to work in my daughter's room, reorganizing it, moving furniture, helping her get the place less of a child's room and more of a young lady's room. The wife came in and she was blown away. Now she wants to move everything out of the room and paint it and lay carpet and everything, and I told her not to. Prices start going down. We can't afford that stupid crap. I know what my mom and dad just spent on 4 1x6s in Tennessee, and we ain't doing it. A month that starts with Sunday always has Friday the 13th. Well, bring 'em on is all I can say, because I've never had a bad Friday the 13th. Never had a bad Friday the 13th. I got a black cat that lives with me, sleeps with me, follows me around like my child. I ain't scared of nothing. I mean, come on, look what I do for a hobby. You know, people ask me, aren't you scared going out and hunting ghosts and going into cemeteries at night and old abandoned buildings? And you know, places that have reported hauntings and stuff like that. And it's like, why would I be afraid? Hell, I'm married. Anything bad that can happen to me's already happened. Then when they find out that I've been married twice, they're like, you lead your own group? Like I said, I ain't afraid of anything. I live with the devil. Looking more into the life of my ancestor, she had 3 children that died in infancy. Couldn't keep up with the estate left to her from her late husband. Well, when you first mentioned her, Lee, the person that I thought of was the the first person I thought of was the lady. What was her name? Goody. That was widowed and not a very soft-spoken woman. She didn't care what the order of things were like in that time period. She would tell any man or woman what she thought of them, how she thought it, when she thought it, and how often she thought it, and to what degree she thought it. And her mouth was what got her accused of being a witch, because women didn't speak up like that in late 17th century. So yeah, that's who I thought you were originally talking about, but after I looked her up just a little bit ago, I realized, no, this is a totally different person. Um, no, you don't live with me, Drew. You ain't met my wife, Deb. She can go from giggle, giggle, giggle to grr in 1.2 seconds. Believe me. I've seen her make evil shit tuck its tail between its legs and run out the door. Hey, Jim. Good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing well tonight. 7 kids, 3 survived to adulthood. Okay, oh, sounds like family. She's scary. She's scary. I have had more than one family member tell me that when she was in her late teens, some guy said something off collar or something like that. She turned around and knocked a couple teeth down his throat and spent a couple nights in jail for assault. It was her boyfriend. She buggered him up, had absolutely no problem, and she was going back in for the second punch when they pulled her off of him. He went down, she got on top of him, and her friends pulled her off, and somebody called, and somebody called the police, and she spent a couple nights in jail for domestic assault. And they said there was a fire in her eyes like nothing. Same old shit. All good. How you? I'm doing good, bud. I'm doing good. Got a busy next couple of weeks, and I'm gonna stay active. I'm gonna stay as active on here as possible. Of course, we'll only do 2 videos next week because I will be going from the Morse Performing Arts Center on Monday night. I'll be home Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Thursday I'll be pulling out to do my yearly security gig at the Niles Ren Fair. We will have electricity, but I don't know if I'll have access to the building 24 hours a day, so I'll try to do some filming and stuff out there. One of these days, I hope to get one of those, not a power pack, but one of the boosters to carry in your car that you can charge up, that's got the USB ports and stuff like that on it. That way, when I do go out and do extra long investigations or overnighters or weekends or something like that, I have access to power. Someone testified that she was tormenting fellow citizen, but at the time he had already died, so there was no way he could dispute the fact. Going back through this, you start to notice patterns. It's mainly circumstantial or straight up heresy. It actually was. It actually was. And, you know, people, like I mentioned in that video, people are actually believing now that since the children, even the wealthier kids, they had chores they had to do. They had running they had to do for their mother. They had things they had to do for their father. They had things they had to do on their farm or whatever, or with their family business. And, well, needless to say, kids weren't treated like kids are today. Women and children were chattel back then. You owned them. You weren't level with them. You weren't even with them. You owned them. And, you know, women were seen and not heard. Daughters were the same way. Sons were the only ones that really had any rights, but they were still chattel. And these girls, especially the Reverend's daughter and niece, might have started a chain of events that, you know, changed how children are handled, even into today. You know, when they started doing their little convulsion things and screaming in unison whenever, you know, Tituba would come in the room or something like that. As soon as she walked out of the room, they just stopped. And they didn't want to work. They didn't want to be treated like chattel. So, you know, it just... And then when they started telling their friends, or their friends started seeing how this was working, then it spread and it spread and it spread, even to the point where it was affecting regular churchgoers, but they were from the wrong side of town. They might have went to church, but they didn't support having their own permanent full-time church, because it meant more taxes, paying the minister's wages, paying for the church, paying all that. So, you know, not only was it the people that didn't go to church, but it was regulars at the church that didn't support the full-time church, that were charged, and always charged, by the people who wanted a full-time church. The Putnams, especially John Putnam. You know, he was a friend of the ministers. He wanted a full-time minister. He wanted a full-time church. And John Putnam and his family were responsible for over 50 of the 100 plus accusations brought towards the men and women in Salem. I wasn't even there. Oh, look at this. Beth's gonna come in here. Yep. Hi, Beth. Good to see you. Glad to see you've already gotten into trouble. You've only been in here for a couple minutes. Not what the nightman said. Just because I'm the Reverend's daughter doesn't mean I always did it. Yes, it does. Yep, it was the Putnam family in Salem, Massachusetts that brought over 50% of the charges to the 100 plus, or 50% of the accusations. There were other families that were involved as well, but that's the way that's being understood now to the people who look back and study what happened in Salem in the year 1692 was, and I explained this a few minutes ago, but the town was divided. You had one group of people who were your wealthier people, your wealthier farmers, your business owners, stuff like that, that wanted a full-time church in Salem Village, a full-time minister of their own. They didn't mind paying the extra taxes. And then on the other side of the line, you had the people who wanted a church, but they just wanted a traveling minister. They didn't want their own full-time minister. So, and if you look at how the accusations and the accused worked out, everybody from the side of town that wanted that full-time church, wanted that full-time minister, were the ones making all the accusations. The ones that didn't support a full-time minister or a full-time church are all the ones that were accused. And then, of course, you had the town sheriff who, whenever he arrested somebody, would go into their home and confiscate their homes and their property. But for all of those released back into the world after sitting in jail for a year, none of them got their homes or property back. He kept everything. And he was related to the Putnams. It's a fascinating story to unravel. It's very fascinating. It's very fascinating. It's one of my most favorite subjects. And it's one that I really enjoy looking back into and researching and reading, and that's why I want to go there so bad. I want to experience the place firsthand, not just as a paranormal investigator, but also as a fan of history. But don't forget too, 200 years before, when Columbus was sailing the ocean blue, trying to find a way to China, over 50,000 people lost their lives in Europe due to witch hunts. So, we lost 20, 40, 100 people, maybe 200 people throughout history here in America due to accusations of witchcraft and being in league with the devil and heresy. In Europe, they lost over 50,000 people in a 100-year period. Isn't looking good for me because I'm from Mass. Oopsie. Times must have been real bad before the Bible came out. Life was terrible. People had to find other reasons to hate each other and everything. They couldn't blame it on Bible verses and things like that. They had to find other reasons to hate each other. I'm never gonna learn to shut my big mouth. I have another ancestor that came over on the Mayflower and died the first winter. His name's on the monument there at Plymouth. Wow. Is he a McGinnis? One of these days, Lee, when you're over here visiting, we'll all have to meet up at Fiddler's Hearth, up there in South Bend. That's my favorite little Celtic bar that we have around here. They serve the best Celtic food that I've ever had, and I had an Irish great grandmother, but I mean these guys they really do it up. Their bangers and mash are great. Their Scotch eggs are great. The haggis is great. Um, and they got more beers and whiskeys and stuff in that place than you could shake a shillelagh at. The gory priest. Hmm. But I think it'd be kind of cool to go in there and just crawl up to the bar and say, "I'd like a Guinness for my Guinness." I'm not a very got Celt. Oh, very good Celt. I sneezed when I was typing. Just do me a favor, stay away from the dragon's blood. That stuff will knock you stupid. Of course, I go up there, all I drink is Bellhaven, because now that's the only place around I can get my favorite beer, is up there at Fiddler's Hearth. There used to be a place right over here in Dewaljack, but they closed down due to the virus. They had an international beer club in there, and that's where I would go to get my Bellhaven. It's imported straight from Scotland. It is a nice stout beer, and now Fiddler's Hearth is the only place I can get it. Now, I mean, if I could get them to support the channel and just send me a case of Bellhaven once a month or once every couple of months, then you know, love them Scots. Talking about being knocked stupid, that concert was amazing. I bet it was. I bet it was. I heard he puts on a hell of a show. And I would love to see him perform sometime, but who knows? But I heard Garth puts on one hell of a show, and we're better to do it than Notre Dame. I mean, seriously. He brought the house down, and then when Trisha showed up, the whole crowd went stupid. Bellhaven Black we have in our beer stores. Oh wow! Now see, I've never had Bellhaven Black. Um, the one I always drink's got uh, well, it's a white label with black lettering, and it's got the St. Andrew's cross on it. Um, just the regular Bellhaven. That you can't find it. I got to drive almost an hour to get to that, to get to Fiddler's Hearth, which is the only place around here now that sells my Bellhaven, and it's expensive as hell here. I wanted to have Bellhaven at my wedding at the Scottish Ceilidh that we threw. Instead of throwing a reception, we threw a Scottish Ceilidh. And I wanted to get Bellhaven there, but they wanted for a pony keg of Bellhaven what most places charge for a full-size keg of regular beer. And we just didn't have the money to throw it out for it. I don't think I've not had a Bellhaven in 3 years. I miss my Bellhaven. Probably close to 70 or 80,000 people going nuts. Well, they sold those extra tickets for it, so I would say they were probably at capacity. Well, Deb, next time that I have to make a bathroom run, I'll grab my bottle. I've got a bottle of it sitting on the dresser, or an empty bottle sitting on the dresser in the bedroom. I will grab it and bring it in so you can see what it looks like. That's some good stuff. I can only imagine Bellhaven Black would be just as good, if not better. I would love to tour their factory. I would like to see if they do their beer the same way the Scots do their whiskey, and the longer you keep it in the barrel, the darker it gets. And I would love to know if they do their beer the same way, and that's how they get the different colors of the beer. The highlight, though, was seeing all Garth Notre Dame hats that we sent out to bookstores on campus. Seeing the one guitar player wearing one. That's cool. That's cool. I mean, what's better than bringing home a guitar pick or a drumstick or something like that from a great concert? I mean, seeing something you personally handled being worn on stage by one of the band members. No, I mean, really cool would be if he signed it and then threw it back to you, but beggars can't be choosers. Did Garth get somebody up on stage to sing with him at this concert? Whoa, what happened there, Tex? We just all of a sudden got a spinny flash reconnecting. I was 16 rows from the stage and stood for the entire show. Very cool. I know he's as notorious getting little kids on stage with him to sing as some artists are about getting like soldiers' wives and stuff up there, and I'm not going to mention any names, but one in particular, when he sings like American Soldier or something like that, he'll get a soldier's wife up on stage with him, and he's even been known to find out from a soldier that his wife is coming to a concert, and having the soldier come out on stage while he's singing to the soldier's wife. So during the house cleaning session, he saw a lady that wanted him to play New Way to Fly. He stated the first couple notes and then said that she was too far away and brought her on stage. Then had everyone light up the stadium. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, I heard he's a hell of a showman. Not only is he a great performer, but, you know, he's a hell of a performer. And I'm seeing a lot more of that in music today. I don't know if anybody picks up any of the Nashville news channels. But when I lived down in Tennessee, every Sunday, something would be on the news about Tim McGraw and Faith Hill going to their local Kmart or showing up at the local Walmart, and you know, if you bought the CD or something like that, they'd sign it. You know, they'd take pictures with people and all kinds of stuff like that. So. Just opened up a bar in Nashville, appropriately named Friends in Low Places. How about that? Very cool. I know that Toby Keith has his place in Chicago. When he's not touring, he's up there at the I Love This bar, and he's cooking, walking out through the dining room, greeting people, stuff like that. So I don't know why we didn't go there on our honeymoon. Medieval times, my ass. I've been to Nashville on my birthday 1 year. Yeah, too many margaritas that night. You want to go to Nashville and experience Nashville, you need to go up there on like a Friday night, along about 9 o'clock at night, and walk down Music Row. If you guys remember correctly, here a few years ago, that's when you were seeing people were getting pictures of Taylor Swift, Britney Spears, what's her name? Miley Cyrus, and a few other of the female singers from the Tennessee area. And they were just walking into bars, doing karaoke, meeting and greeting folks. Been in Nashville for about 45 minutes, layover flight. The last time that I went down to visit Mom and Dad, which was before my wife and I met, I actually I Greyhounded down there, and I had a 7-hour layover at the Greyhound station in Nashville. And hell, Mom and Dad could have drove up there, drove back home. We could have ate dinner before the bus came to pick me up and take me down to Crossville, Tennessee. But that was a hell of a time. I toted my luggage all over downtown Nashville. Sorry, didn't have much to say tonight. As usual, just worn out and used up. You work hard, bud. You work hard. I understand. I understand worn out and used up. But don't worry about it. You're here. That's all that's important. Huh, huh, huh. Where are we at? Where are we at? We are almost an hour and a half in. No, I take that back. We are 2.5 hours in almost. 2.5 hours in and 3.5 hours to go. I'm just glad my beautiful wife for me doing such a wonderful job getting the daughter's room reorganized and straightened and everything. I'm glad she bought me a few packs of my cigars. I got enough to get me through the weekend. I'm happy, 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 happy. Everybody's got quiet. Y'all eating dinner? Man, I know I keep going on about it, but I am so excited for that investigation on Monday night. But I think I'm more excited about getting back to the Ren Fair again. Getting out to go camping for the first time this year. Dressing in all my funny clothes and doing security for them. It's a great group of people. I'll tell you what, most people, when you think of a Ren Fair, you think about a fantasy fair. And yeah, we had a couple girls show up dressed as fairies last year. Pretty cute outfits. A couple of really pretty little girls. But for the most part, everything was the lady that puts it on, Carrie. She strives for originality. She strives for historical accuracy, and she don't like all that fantasy stuff. She wants to keep it like an original Renaissance. We wish we could get a jousting team in. We've been trying to get one, but finding a location for them where they could actually, put up the doggone it. Finding a place big enough they can put up the lists and actually joust properly. Not in this location. They are looking at buying 20 acres or so, 25 acres of land over closer to where they live, which is in the Holland, Michigan area. Of course, they'd be pulling it out of Niles, but it would give us more room. We actually had to turn away performers this year. We had acrobatic teams and comedians that wanted to come in, fools that wanted to come in and perform. And we had to turn them away. We didn't have room for them. So it's going to be huge this year. I made the killer sketty tonight. The brioche hot dog buns from Aldi's make excellent. Yes, they do. Make excellent garlic bread. When I make homemade garlic bread, I have the wife go out and buy Italian loaves, and I mix up my own garlic butter, and brush it on the bread, and then of course I put on, oregano and stuff like that, and once in a while I'll sprinkle cheese on it and bake it up, get it nice and crispy on the outside and flaky and fluffy on the inside. And matter of fact, we might do spaghetti tomorrow night. That just sounds good. People are more than ready to escape their cages. We had a good show last year, Beth. We probably had, between Saturday and Sunday, we probably had 2,500 people, 3,000 people come walking through. Um, but this year, oh yeah, they've done a killer job on the advertising and stuff this year. We have got Swords of Valor coming back in, which are live steel sword fighters. We have got the Weapons of History traveling display coming in. They bring in swords from real swords from as far back as the Roman eras, and all the way up through swords from Scotland, from the Battle of Culloden, clear up into the World Wars, and some of the Japanese swords and stuff that were carried during the Second World War by the officers. They probably got 150, 175 swords that they put on display, and then of course they put out muskets and things like that. Um, that are all part of their display as well. They do jousting here in Chatham. I didn't even know they did a Ren Fair in Chatham. I didn't even know they did a Ren Fair in Chatham. I used to know some jousters from northeastern Indiana, uh, but since that Ren Fair broke up due to the newspapers screwing up the advertising, they were doing a 2 weekend event, and the newspaper only displayed it for one weekend, so that people didn't even know that it was going on for a second weekend, and it basically bankrupted itself. The event ate itself. So we had jousters, uh, two or three different live sword fighting groups. Um, we had people come in from UK, from over in England and stuff, that set up displays and stuff with weaponry and everything. We had blacksmiths come in, and Knights of Valor at TJ Stables. Hmm, interesting. Yeah, the last time I was at Chatham was 20 years ago. That's the last one of the Battle of Thames that I was actually able to get to. And that was a great event. Great event. Shane Adams sometimes shows up. Wow. We had a we had a little fella named David that always played Tecumseh every year at the Battle of Thames, which, for those of you that know your history, the Battle of Thames in London, Ontario, is where, well, in between Chatham and London, is where Tecumseh was supposedly killed at, but they never found his body on the battlefield. Um, so, uh, but David knew Tecumseh so well that when he put on the makeup and he put on the outfit and he started to give his speeches, he would actually make you hate white people. He was that good. I mean, he had people crying in the crowd, and uh, he was such a motivational speaker, and such a historically accurate speaker. He made you really dislike white people. It was great. I'm gonna be stupid and ask who Shane Adams is. Yeah, well, she answered it. He's jousting full metal armor. Didn't Shane? No, I don't think he was. Did Shane? Wasn't he in A Knight's Tale as one of the jousters, or work as a trainer of the jousters on the Heath Ledger movie A Knight's Tale? I thought so. I thought so. Shane has a style all to his own. He is. If you look at some of these old medieval era movies, and you see these men in these beautiful, shiny, full metal or full sets of armor, it was very, very hard. I mean, you're talking, anywhere between 60 and 75 pounds of armor, and you were getting up and down off your horse when you got unhorsed. Um, Jousting, you felt it, and it's you figure you're running along at 25 mile an hour wearing 75 pounds of armor. You get hit in the chest or in the guard plate that sits up here to block your throat and everything. Um, yeah, you get taken off that horse. It's like getting hit by a truck. So I don't feel stupid now. There's no reason. I should have known it. Huh? 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 No, if you're not into that kind of thing, there really is no reason you should have known him. I love watching jousting. I think it's absolutely amazing what these men go through today. I mean, you look at our technological advances, and how we make armor today based on how they made it back then. I mean, you had a blacksmith literally pounding out and smoothing out and um, polishing this stuff, and now we have all kinds of articulated tools and power hammers and presses and just all kinds of stuff. Facebook.com Extreme KOV. There you go. Thanks, Deb. Yeah, you guys have got Knights of Valor up there. We have Swords of Valor down here. And those guys, I have seen some cuts that would just make you gurgle like crazy. Somebody slip and drag a sword the wrong way and just slice right into somebody's meats. Um, thank God they're all friends and family is all I can say. But Swords of Valor are great. They put on one hell of a show. They make it funny, so it entertains everybody. Then you get down to the real serious fighting and stuff. Watch Forged in Fire on History Channel. Fun time. Yeah, I love Forged in Fire. I still watch it today. It's all repeats, but I mean, I still watch it. Closest I've come to jousting is playing Marco Polo at the Girls Club. Marco Polo, Marco Polo, Marco Polo. Are we lagging behind again? We sure are. Get me back up there where I should be. I am going to attempt before we get into the height of the summer and start doing our outside investigations, more so, especially our outside overnight investigations. I need to get, I'm going to try to find one of those pop-up awnings for us to put the home base under, the laptop, the night vision cameras, things like that. I'm also looking into some more night vision equipment that's going to really help us not only on the outside investigations but also on the old abandoned historic structures and stuff that we're looking into. That way we don't need to use any modern or any of their regular lighting. We'll have all of our own night vision equipment. I think I'm going to talk to Danny and find out the static cameras that he uses, and or Bob, and find out about that junction box that he uses with their laptop with Southern Michigan Paranormals to run all of his cameras through and then plug it directly into the laptop. So you've got, 6 cameras running in 6 different locations. So, well, it's close enough, Beth. It's all right. It's close enough. But all right, guys, it has been, I need a night vision light for my camera. I'd love to get one of the FLIRs. They make the FLIR that just plugs into your phone now and turns your phone camera into an actual FLIR camera. They're like $300 though. So that's going to be a long ways off. But I mean, if you go out and buy a regular FLIR camera, you're talking more in the anywhere between $750 and $1,000 range. So, you do what you got to do. But it's been an hour and a half. I'm going to run back to the potty again real quick. Y'all just kind of play real nice together. I'll be right back. Well, my Bellhaven bottle's not where I remember it being, so we're SOL on that. But I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll set it up somewhere where I won't forget it. Let me see here. I need a flashlight. Can't read the manual for the dash cam. Don't know how to play nice. Don't know what that means. It may be a foreign concept, but you've been doing it already. Play nice. Pulls out guide, or pulls out guillotine. Okay, who's first? That works. I won't be bothered by this sinus infection anymore. I got dynamite for that. Wow, really? Dynamite? I guess whatever it takes to unclog the pipes. My daughter used to get a stuffy nose and stuff, and I'd grab her, put my mouth over her nose and blow, and it would go through the nasal passage and come back out her mouth. She'd go used to make her laugh. Oh my God. Now she's 13. You try to touch her and she starts swinging on you. She's just like her mom. Dangerous. But it would always unclog her nose. I don't know. I don't understand what the complaint is. Yeah, 13-year-old Wolverine. You got it. She's crazy. I'm proud of her. I taught her everything. When I met that girl, she was scared of her own shadow. She wouldn't stand up on a bed. She sure as hell wouldn't jump. And get up on a trampoline or something. Psst. Yeah, right. Within 6 months of being with her mom, I had this kid hiding beside the bed on one side. Her brother would come in visiting. She'd jump up on the bed, run across it, and dive at him. Dive on him, dive at him, whatever the case may be. Amazed the hell out of him. He ain't never seen her. She thought 4 feet. She thought 4 feet was too high. Now I got this kid up on a trampoline jumping 10, 12 feet in the air and laughing about it. Still ain't beat that fear of spiders and stink bugs yet, though. Haven't figured that one out. Don't know how I'm going to beat that fear of spiders and stink bugs. Oh God, yours will be 13 come June. Taught Ava to speak up for herself, and now I'm sorry. I taught my daughter how to fight. I got tired of her being bullied. I taught her how to fight. I taught her how to fight dirty. I taught her how to play a game with little boy bullies called Just the Tip. They push her down, she gets up on her knees and she grabs just the tip and she twists until he falls down on the ground. Then she gets up, and if she hears him get up behind her, she turns around and kicks him right in his la-la land, puts him flat on the ground and walks away. I said, never hit him when he's down, then you become the bully. I said, you only hit him in defense. Run, why I know how my sister was at 13, and I'm 8 years older. I was 4 years older than my sister. My sister wasn't really dangerous. She had her friends fight her fights for her. Now my sister's a crazy psychotic biker that is always packing. So, you know, people need to fear her now. A blonde, psychotic, packing a pistol, riding a Harley. Yep. I met them both and survived. You were lucky. You were lucky. I had a real good friend. We went out to dinner one time and he said something to her and then he grabbed her ribs and she comes straight back and hit him right in his mouth and nose with the back of her hand. Just reaction. Just reaction. He grabbed her ribs just right and she comes straight back at him. I thought for sure he was going to poop all over the restaurant. He just kind of looked at me and he said, well, we never got to worry about her, do we? Nope. But I always told her, you know, if a man touches you and you don't want to be touched, you defend yourself. And she wasn't in the mood to be touched. So I still made her apologize, but still, you know. Oh, goodness gracious sakes. Moving into the third hour here in about 10 minutes. Yeah, I know, you behaved yourself. Well, she learned from that experience, though. I mean, she realized, okay, if a stranger touches you and you don't want to be touched, this is how you react to it. Not a friend. You don't do that to your friends. They don't stay your friends very long if you beat up on them. Moving into the halfway point, boys and girls. We got 10 minutes left. We'll be 3 hours in, and we still got till midnight to go. I'm glad everybody came to sit with me for this first half of the stream. Hoping things start getting themselves squared away. We are still growing. We've gone up 26. We've gone up 26 new subscribers in the last 28 days, so not too awful bad. Hopefully here within the next month or so we'll have our community tab back and I'll actually be able to start communicating a little bit more with you guys about videos and guests that are coming on, when there will and won't be special streams and stuff, and yet Mark and I are still friends. Yep, you are. Surprisingly enough, even though you wear, you know, those funny gray uniforms and stuff like that, one of these days you're going to get up in the morning and only find blue uniforms in your tent. It is still 83 degrees here. Dude, as long as I live, I will never forget you taking him down at Three Oaks. I never in my life ever seen a guy your size spear somebody like that. That was the most amazing thing, and I wish I would have got it on film. I was holding my camera up here, and I looked down, and I looked over, and I seen you come across the top of that hay bale and spear him and take him down. It's like I ain't never seen a feller as big as him jump over a hay bale like that and take down a dude. And then over here beside me on this other side, I'm watching this older big guy, and he's rolling around on the ground trying to get back up, and he says something about throw some water on me or something, or I'm going to die on this beach. And he just kept trying to roll around and couldn't get himself back up to his knees to fight some more. 77 down there. Top 10 reenacting moments. You got it. You're all warmer than what I have, only like 66. That sounds about right for Canada. It's no wonder I'd like to be up there. I do enjoy my cooler temps. Well, let's just see here. I think you're probably pretty close to being right. 21 degrees. Yeah, 69.8 degrees. So he was pretty close. He's only 3 degrees off. '68 here, cloudy and rainy. Boy, not here. Not here. We still got the air conditioner on. We're keeping the house at 73 degrees right now, just so Grandma don't die to death in here. Get it much below 73 degrees. She's freezing to death, and ain't never seen her sweating to death. So we had thunderstorms and hot today. We were supposed to have thunderstorms the night before last, and we didn't even have a rumble. Not a drip of precipitation, not one single rumble. They were talking about some thunderstorms possibly getting severe. I think it'll feel like 88 tomorrow. Tomorrow is supposed to be our last 80s day. I think we're going to get to like 81 or 82 tomorrow. Then we drop back into the 70s for like 5 days and start creeping back up again. It's supposed to rain there tomorrow. That's never good. Alright, we are close enough to the halfway point. Time for me to switch shirts. I did this for a reason. Why, thank you. I I was saving this one, and I figured I would save it to the halfway point, and your power is slowly dwindling, but we're still good. Why'd everybody get quiet for? Down to 7 people watching. We are at the 3-hour mark, the halfway point. It's still going strong. Yeah, I know. Don't everybody talk at once. I mean, if I thought you guys were going to be this talkative, I would have made this another open mic. Until you sit and do a long live stream, don't realize how hard it is to come up with stuff to talk about. What that? Oh, I see what that is. Release something. Ding. Hey, Jan. Good to see you tonight. Glad you could finally make it in and hang out with us a little bit. Of course, we had your amazing husband in here earlier. He was telling us, that you wanted to put a second story on the chicken pen, and possibly put a small hot tub up on the roof for him, and work on a storm shelter. That was the other thing. He's going to work on a storm shelter down underneath the pen that they could open with their little peckers, or little beaks. That's what it was. Found the Three Oaks incident on video, Roy and Becky's video, around the 7-minute mark. I'll have to I was moderating for G for a while. G was in here at the very beginning. He popped in here for just a few minutes at the very beginning. We actually started at 6 o'clock tonight, since I'm going till midnight. I wanted to square it off in a full 6 hours. But I knew someone somehow somewhere had that on video. It's definitely some great footage. I liked Three Oaks, and one of these days I plan on going back over there and presenting a different idea to them. Maybe a timeline event. I don't know. Um, it was just too good of an incident. But I'm I don't know. I'm thinking very seriously about contacting them and trying to do something different. A cowboy event, um, something. Um, they're not too crazy on the Civil War thing. Um, so I'm gonna try to get some way to get reenactors back out in the public eye, because that place drew a great little crowd. It was cheesy, and the worst part about it was is they didn't keep it to Civil War. That was the worst thing about it. They had modern vendors and stuff set up with plastic tarps and crap covering their little shelters and everything. They had a bunch of modern stuff that they set up around the camp. Um, but it was a fun event. Everybody got along. A little warm. Big open field with very few trees and stuff around it to keep you guys cooled off. But still fun. I'd like to see Heston's Steam Museum back in Heston, Indiana, get fired back up. The train robbery and stuff there was really cool. Um, a lot of places people set up and camp. I didn't like their camp setup because they had the Confederates spread all over the place down by the buildings, by the train station, the train depot and stuff. And then they had the Union all packed in nice and tight together on either side of the road up on top of the hill. So that's how you take a small event and try to make it look bigger than what it really is. Ouch. Never forget when we showed up, Mark didn't even introduce me to Captain Bob or anyone, just said, "There's your side, have fun." Wow. That was kind of Markish. Like walking into a job on the first day not knowing. Yep. You are correct, sir. Well, I mean, he had me. Well, no, you're talking about over at Three Oaks. That was rude. Mark, you have to understand, Jan, that Mark, even though Lee is like his best friend, Mark never lets him live down the fact that he does Confederate and Mark does Union. So, yeah, that's how he screws with Lee. Is well, you're here. Go have fun. I'm not going to be walking around with some reb introducing him to folks. You introduce yourself. Your mama and daddy both spoke English. You may not be able to read, but you can still speak. It really was. I mean, and then of course you all know the when Lee showed up and we done the event in October that Lee showed up for. That's when Lee officially met Grumpy. When I capped him in the arse running across the battlefield, and then walked up and belly shot him and back shot him, and he tried to crawl away like the raven gray wearing coward he is. Johnny Rev hated so much on that battlefield he got killed by a cameraman. I introduced myself and they were all like, "Oh, you're the guy from Maryland." Yep. I just thought about that. I got I got grumpy in July. Belly shot Tyler in July at the same event that I got grumpy at, and then turned around in October and belly shot Lee after I peppered his hiney for him and took him down. He tried to crawl away, rolled over, looked, or started crawling away. Back shot him again. He rolled over and looked at me, and I belly shot him. That was it. It was over with. If I didn't know you better, I'd say I resemble that. Got 2 barrels, one for each of you. Oh my goodness gracious saker poos. Mooresville was a lot of fun. Mooresville always is a lot of fun. I just seen Captain Bob. When did I see him? Here just a month or so ago. Oh, when I was up at Kalamazoo for the Living History Trade Show. I asked him about doing the cowboy event out there, and told him what his father-in-law told me. He said, "Good idea. Start organizing it." I'm like, "That ain't my property. Ain't my property. Just an idea. Just throwing it out there. I am not organizing events on your property." We have a private event next weekend that's going to be in the middle of nowhere. Those are the best ones. No neighbors to complain about artillery fire. It'd be nice if you could make it back up for Mooresville again this year. I know everybody'd like to see you again, so And no snot-nosed kids asking if it's real fire. Man, I'll tell you what, best time I ever had watching some kid ask his dad or say something to his dad about, look, Dad, they're even really cooking cooking and eating the food off the fire. Dad looks down at him and says, that's not a real fire, and stuck his foot in it. Nothing worse than an event than stupid people. There's a horse show here. Neighbors complain about the announcing of horse and rider in winters. You're always going to have somebody complain about something. That's just like this event that he's talking about out in the middle of nowhere. Somewhere out there will be an old farmer or some old folk within a mile or so, and they're going to be going to bed at the butt crack of dawn or something like that, or 5, 6 o'clock at night. Somebody's going to fire off a cannon. They're going to call the police. We just heard something explode. Had one kid call us the Salvation Army. Now, your uniforms don't look nothing like the Salvation Army. They're the wrong color. You guys look more like ushers at a 1900s or 1800s theater or something. All those pretty gray, sparkly uniforms and stuff like that. Y'all look more like ushers at a theater. Well, you know my sense of humor. Some kid called me Salvation Army. I'd find a metal bucket and a cowbell, be sitting up by the parking lot with the bucket on a log or something, ringing the bell when they walk by. It's like laughing in church. When I done church service up there at Mooresville this last year, when I conducted the church service, I was doing my best to make them laugh. I wanted to see who could laugh the loudest out of all the old folks and stuff that were sitting there in that church. I like making folks laugh. Even when I'm being a minister, I like making folks laugh. Oh, goodness gracious sakes. What to talk about. We've covered upcoming events. We've covered the Wren. We've covered talking about Three Oaks. We've talked about Mooresville. Our pastor is hilarious. See, I always thought that the best pastor, the best ministers out there could make their congregation relax, could make them laugh, but still get the point of the sermon across to them. I mean, always the ones that I always liked best when I was little and went to church every Sunday and stuff with my grandma. Our minister was always fun. The most recent one was, when I was real little, This dude was straight as a board and laced tighter than a garter. I mean, there was just, there was no ha-ha to him at all. I would almost imagine he sat across the table from his wife at night and ate like this. He was one of them straight up fire and brimstone type guys that believe that the best way to educate children about the Bible when they're little is to terrorize it into them. Now, the most recent minister the church had before my grandma passed away, 9 years ago, 10 years ago, the last time I went with her was probably 12 or 13 years ago. And that dude was like going to watch a stand-up comedian. I agree, at our old church, they were just plain snooty, no laughing, just straight faces. I wouldn't last long there. I'd be the first one to make a joke. I'd be the first one to ask a question and make a joke. That's why we left. But you can tell it's a Friday night. 20 minutes after 9, the kids are still outside playing. That's how you know when you live in a small country town. I can hear them down the road down here just a hooping and a hollering, screaming. They got a trampoline down there too. I bet there's probably 15 kids down there right now. And being a Friday night, Mom and Dad's probably grilling out. No, Jay was telling us earlier that he was getting ready to run to, I guess, the lawn and garden store, and I get pick up cinder blocks or something like that for the chicken's pen. Said something about he had to rewire, finish wiring the chicken house, and I guess pick up some cinder block or something because you wanted your chickens to have a foundation on their chicken house or something. I don't know the reason behind it. I'm just making shit up. Jay is 2. He got a load of 1 inch by 3 stone to put around the run. Okay. Yeah, I need to do that kind of stuff around here. We got the hill out front here that before this house was here, when the old house sat on the property, Grandpa got a bunch of field stone and stuff like that and put it on the hill. Well, right after he passed, Grandma threw a bunch of seeds out there in the dirt, and the whole thing is covered in a purple flowery moss now, and you can't see the stones and stuff. What I've been wanting to do, and not to mention it's overcome with baby trees and stuff that have fallen off the oak trees and everything. It really looks kind of scabby. What I'd like to do is get some of the interlocking lawn blocks and actually put a retaining wall up and then bring in filled dirt and have the hills leveled and run my iron fencing along the top of the block and You know, I want to block off the back end of the driveway here that goes to the alley. I would really love to tear down these two old, dilapidated sheds out here and get one of those steel framed canvas garages. That way the wife has a place to park her car that's not out in the elements and stuff. Um, a lot of stuff I'd like to do around here. It's not been done. It's never been done to the property. And the place just looks slummy. Poor guy worked hard all day, came home to eat, and left for the store. I told him I'd mow in the morning before it rains. He's concerned about my back and riding a tractor. I told him he could only do so much. Jay did that. Here we have tore out the old landscaping. I used to love the landscape. But I mean, you know, with the cost of things these days, there's just, I mean, what do you do? I mean, if money was no object, I would actually build a garage out here. I'd tear down these sheds out back here, and I'd build a garage with a storage area and attic space to store stuff in, and get rid of these two mixed matched, falling apart fiberglass sheds that were put here 18 years ago. But yeah, you know, like I said here a few live streams ago, my mom and dad just went out to get 2 steps. They got enough 1x6s to do 2 steps and do the railing around the top of their deck that was starting to rot away, and it cost them almost $100 for 2 8-foot 2x6s, or 2 8-foot 1x6s, and 2 10-foot 1x6s. It's just absolutely appalling. They want people to survive and continue to spend money, but prices keep going up. They want to see people spend money, then they need to start bringing these prices back down. People here are doing metal carport type things and having the sides go to the ground. Yep, I've seen a lot of those around. I mean, you know, even a metal carport would be cool. I just hate to see this nice new car sitting out in the elements, and you know, she poor thing. We finally started having good weather. She took it to the car wash on her way home. Even popped the extra 50 cents for the hot wax. Got home, parked it under the tree, or parked it up here in her parking space, and brought in 2 bags of groceries. I ran back out to grab the rest of the groceries, and some bird had pooped 3 times on her hood. I'm like, you need to have an indoor parking space. Well, I mean, you know, I don't blame the bird. They eat, they poop. They're like babies, dogs, cats, people. But I mean, do you really got to poop over the brand new shiny waxed car? New shiny black waxed car? Stupid birds. Man, we are down to 5 people. Who all is still going to be here midnight with me? You know them birds are. Disobedient little bastards. what that was. It looked like I just had a seizure. So all of a sudden I'm in. Oh, we lost our 750. Oh yeah, dropped back down to 144p. Maybe you'll sleep better tonight if you go to bed later. I try to go to bed late every night because the wife, when I go back in there with her after the live stream, 9:15, 9:30, she's just starting to doze off. She's been watching the ID channel, psychotic women, murder in the household, whatever it is that she watches. Or she's watching her Real Housewives of New Jersey. And as soon as she passes out for good, that's when I flip on my shows. Family Guy, Cleveland, Brickleberry, South Park, whatever I'm going to let play through the night for light and noise. And I'll sit in there a lot of nights till 11 or 12 o'clock watching TV. And when I crawl up in bed, I'm out in minutes and back up 2 hours later. When I go to bed at 9 or 10 o'clock on the nights that I don't have a live stream, that's when my butt is up and out in the kitchen looking at the microwave at 11:48 trying to figure out why in the hell I'm up already. Yesterday morning, I was sitting in here at 10 minutes after 2. This morning, I was up and in here, flipped on the coffee pot at 2 o'clock, and thought, I'll be up in another hour. Dang thing sat in here for 2.5 hours till I finally got up and came in here. Used to be able to stay up late, but can't. So that's one thing I never really understood about folks that sleep all day and they stay up all night. What do you do? I mean, most people like to work daytimes. Then on their days off, they're off work when everything's open. You go out, grab dinner at Hardee's or something like that, and maybe go grocery shopping or, go to the hardware store, whatever you need to do, go to the farmer's market. If you sleep all day and you work at night, then you have your nights off. What do you do? I mean, I'll be honest with y'all, if I wasn't doing the live stream right now, I'd be sitting out on the back deck. It's 78 degrees right now. It's clear. The stars are out. I'd be sitting out there enjoying it, seeing if my little hootie owls are up here in my trees again tonight. We have 2 little hootie owls that are nested somewhere around here, and you go outside, go walking, because we have no lights in the driveway right up here that run along the house. So you go walking up there and you'll hear that. And then you'll hear another one in the next yard over here talking back to it. He stays awake. Night watching movies on his laptop, then sleeps most of the day on the weekend. See, that's what my daughter does. She'll stay up 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Hey, Fish, good to have you back. I was going to originally stream out there tonight, but because the weather's been so meh lately, I never put YouTube, my any of my Google information from YouTube, none of that into the laptop that Danny gave me to do the investigations with. So if I go But yeah, that was my original plan, was the live stream sitting out on the deck tonight. I had to turn it on. I mean, I was sitting there working in the daughter's room today and stuff, and I was just soaked. Um, oh my goodness gracious, what happened to my, wow, I, something weird just happened up there. Like I got all pixelated and it froze, and it's like it just started running. Then all of a sudden I went back to the regular picture, and it's crystal clear again. Gotta love crappy Wi-Fi. Mr. Fish is back. Gotta love it when your fish comes home. Oh, did it do it on your part too? I didn't know if it was just on my end. You guys all saw it too. You're just so special. Well, you know, you call it special. Most people call it special. But yeah, getting back to your son-in-law. That is exactly what my daughter does. She will sit up till, well, there's been times I've come out of the studio after I've caught her up at 2 o'clock in the morning, told her to go to bed, and she'll shut her light off, shut her computer off, and everything. I come back out. I come back out at 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock, and she's right back on the stuff again. Then she goes to sleep when the sun comes up and wants to sleep all day. And they didn't have school today. They were off today for teachers in service. She was up till 4 o'clock this morning. And 8 o'clock this morning, I was making as much noise as I could because my studio is right next to her bedroom. So I was banging on things and stuff like that, and I had her up before the live stream this morning. She was madder than a wet cat. But she stayed up. She stayed up. I told her to get a head start on her room before the live stream ended this morning because I was coming in there and tearing it up. And by God, I got in there and she had got it kicked off. She kick-started. I'm thinking of the church lady. Well, isn't that special? Dana Carvey, man. I loved it when he done the church lady. And for some reason, I don't know why, I'm kind of glad you brought that up. I was telling the wife earlier, I don't understand why, but for some reason I've been getting Saturday Night Live clips in my suggested videos all day. And it's all been these goofy clips about paranormal or alien abductions or stuff like that. It's got the, I can't think of her name. It's got the little blonde girl that was the female Egon in the girl Ghostbusters movie from a few years ago, and they're sitting there and they're talking about how these aliens escorted them up on the ship and treated them so kindly and acted like they were almost godlike in the way they treated them. And she's sitting there smoking her cigarette just a shaking, and she's like, I don't know what ship you were on, but oh, how'd she phrase that one? She says they They hit me with this light beam, pulled me up through these pine trees that were just sappy as hell, jerked my sweatpants right off. I materialized in the middle of this room with 40 aliens looking at me with my cooter and my pooter both sticking out in the air for everyone to see. And they come up, start slapping my boobies and stuff. I just about lost it. And every one of her characters were exactly the same way. She was either getting assaulted by a ghost or assaulted by a demon or assaulted by an alien or something, or being mistreated, but she always wound up losing her britches somewhere during this whole thing. It's like, oh my God. I've got to like forward all these to the wife because she loves old Saturday Night Live stuff. Our numbers keep going up and down. 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5. I think Sunday I'm going to go ahead and put out an upcoming events video and show you guys some clips, some photos and stuff from the town of David, where we're going to be investigating next month. I'll of course throw in some photos and stuff of the Morris Performing Arts Center, where we're going to be on Monday night. It would be nice. It would be nice. We can get. We are almost to the 500. Well, no, I'm not even going to say that. We're almost at the 425 mark. So I've got 580 subscribers that I still have to get my 1,000, and we should be real close to the 4,000 hours view time. So, you know, once we get all that stuff straightened out and hit that 1,000 mark with the subscribers, then we can start talking monetization again. But I'm not going to make the mistake with the super chat stuff again. When they canceled, or when they closed down the old channel, that 500 some odd dollars I had sitting there from my memberships, from my super chats, from all that, is gone. They kept it all. So not making that mistake again. There will not be super chats or memberships back on the channel. If I'm going to do anything, which I probably won't do it anyway because I don't want to, that would be the Patreon thing. And I'll put extra videos up on Patreon for folks. How can we let people know that this is you now? Just spread the word. That's the reason I made the name of this channel the same as the old channel was. So if somebody went looking for me and they couldn't find me, all they had to do was type Living Histories Mysteries in the search bar, and this channel would pop up. So, I mean, that's the best way that I have found to get a channel out. When I release a video, definitely share it out. Put it on your Facebook, put it on your Instagram, put it on your Twitter. You know, that way it spreads out more. More people see the name, more people see the video, and that just blows us up even faster. That's the easiest way to do it. Until I can get a community tab and start posting community announcements and stuff. Is it okay? Yeah, it's fine. I don't care. You're more than welcome to. share it out. Yeah, and I know you do. I know you do. I know Candy does. I know KG does. You know, I'm just trying to. I can't figure out the analytics. I can't figure out because when you watch these big time YouTubers and they explain to you how to get the exposure for your channel, they tell you search your keywords. When you upload a video, automatically go to your edit video on your channel content. Go to edit video, you put on your end screen, then you put your keywords in, and it will automatically score your keywords by how often those keywords are searched. And uploading a video for me, that's exactly what I do. I upload the video, I automatically put the thumbnail on, I go and put on my end screen and my all my words, my search words, and then I take it and I share it out to like 20 or 30 channels or pages on YouTube or on Facebook. Basically, you know, if it's a paranormal video, I'll put it on any paranormal page. If it's a history video, I'll put it on history pages. If it's a combination of the two, I mix it up a little bit. But they always say that if you do it like that, then the algorithm picks up on the thumbs up, the comments, the views, and the first 2 hours your video's out, they share it out to about 200, 300 people. If it's well received, then the next 2 hour period, they share it out to double that amount. So they're sharing it out to like 600 people. You know, the next 2 hours, they double it again. And then every 2 hours, they continue to double it until you get to 24 hours. And they have fully exposed your video by that point. But I've also noticed, you know, that we have, let me click down here real quick and see. We have, okay, I've not updated it yet, 418 subscribers. But yet when you release a video, you only get 20 or 30 views. So that's what hurts you. When people don't watch the video, when they don't thumbs up the video, when they don't share out the video, that's what hurts your growth rate. And there's really honestly nothing you can do about it except to continuously share yourself out more. That's one reason that you'll see that I never put videos out 2 days in a row. A lot of times what I will do is I will, let's say you have 500 channels on your groups on YouTube or on, damn it, Facebook. I will share them out to half of them one day, then the next day I'll share them out to the second half of them. That way I'm getting 2 days of exposure on Facebook. And now, I mean, if I had Twitter and stuff like that, I'd probably, you know, I'd probably do it on there too, but I got enough crap now to do. I'm still not supposed to be sitting in here half as long as I do during the day, but I still do it. I just keep my leg elevated so it's not resting on the back of the chair. I put a pillow under the back of my thigh and I put my leg straight out and rest it on the leg rest up here under the desk. So I'm still kind of cheating a little bit. have taken and shared some of my older videos on Twitter for watch times. Doesn't always work. It's hard. It's hard getting that exposure. Now, I mean, another way now, I don't know how many channels that you're subscribed to on YouTube, but another way that I have seen people, like vidIQ and stuff like that, they've talked about how to share out the videos to get exposure. Another way I've seen to do it is as soon as you get the notification that one of your channels you're subscribed to, especially if you do paranormal or you're doing a cemetery or something like that, if as soon as they release their video, automatically go over into their chat, comment about their video, and make a reference to your own. And that way people who go into their comment section is going to see your video or your comment in those first 2 or 3 at the top of the list. If you'll look at a lot of those comments, they get a lot of likes and stuff from people. They get a lot of hearts and everything from people who read the comments. So that's another way. Only problem is most people are usually posting videos while I'm trying to upload. I can't do 2 things at once on my device, so by the time I get done uploading, getting my video uploaded and stuff like that, they've already got 50, 60, 70 comments. Once in a while I catch it, but not very often. I was doing twirly there for a second. I was waiting. Yeah, there's all kinds of little tricks. I mean, there's a group on here called vidIQ. I believe it's spelled like this. They do a lot of stuff. Teaching techniques. I think once a week on one live stream, they do channel reviews. You have to go down into their comment section, click a link, and if they draw your name or draw the number that you hit, then they'll sit up there and they will do a channel review. They'll look at your hey Richie, good to see you back, bud. They'll look at your thumbnails. They'll check out your content, things like that. I use TubeBuddy. I don't have TubeBuddy Pro because I don't have the money to get TubeBuddy Pro, but I use TubeBuddy on mine. I'm using the phone that I make the videos on and stuff where I'd show you. But if you just get on Google and search out TubeBuddy, you can download TubeBuddy straight onto your device and utilize it on there. Yes, vidIQ is on YouTube. Nick Nimmin is another one. He has a channel. He has multiple channels on YouTube. Hundreds of thousands of subscribers. He's been on YouTube for quite a while. He's already got his, I believe he's already got his diamond. Either he's already got his diamond or he's already got 2 gold play buttons that sit in his office. But they do, vidIQ and Nick Nimmin both do a lot of instructional videos on their channels on how to make your channel better. So, but yeah, Richie, I love TubeBuddy, man. TubeBuddy has been a lifesaver, finding the right keywords, keeping track of my views, keeping track of my subscribers, keeping track of hours watched, the milestones you surpass with your channel. I love my TubeBuddy. It's slow. I mean, that's all it really is. It's just slow until you find that one little key. It's like everybody told me, when you make a video, make a short advertisement of your video, just post it to TikTok. And, you know, I've got 200 views, 300 views. And then I did that one last week, got like 1,018 views in less than 24 hours. But I didn't get a single one of those people come over to YouTube and subscribe to the channel. Yeah, I mean, you know, don't expect it, and then that way you'll be surprised when it happens. You know, like I was with the old channel, we sat at 150 subscribers for 2 or 3 months. And then I met Santee. He gave me a few pointers, mentored me on doing like green screen and things like that. And so then I started doing green screen work on my videos and putting myself in different locales or on a pirate ship or standing in a castle, whatever the video content was about. Then we started growing. We went from 150 to like 700 or 800. So then I started branching out my videos a little bit and doing a little bit of different content. We went from 700 or 800 to 1,500. And we sat there, honey, for, oh my God, we sat there for a year, 6 months, 7 months. And then all of a sudden, when I went to paranormal, that's when we jumped from like 1,500 to 4,100 in like 11 months. And, you know, if the old channel, if we wouldn't have lost the old channel, we'd probably be at 6,000 or 7,000 now. We were growing that fast. I mean, there was months that I was getting 80 and 90 new subscribers. And I think that's why we were attacked and had the channel pulled. Because, you know, we went from that 1,500 mark to almost, you know, 2.5 times that in a very, very short, rapid time. Started going out, doing better investigations, hitting more places more often, and putting out decent videos, and then that's when we got attacked. And, you know, I'll be honest, I thought very seriously about just quitting. I didn't want to, it hurt me too much when they did that, and I thought, you know something, when everybody else quits doing YouTube because of stupid crap, I'm the first one to speak up and tell them to pick themselves up by the gonads and keep walking forward. Don't get discouraged. Don't let the stuff knock you down. Well, and you know, your your investigations are really good, but you guys, I'll be honest with you, you know, and I've done a lot of videos about this, telling people, you know, we don't alter anything. The only thing you ever see me edit into a video is the words. Whatever the voice box says, whatever the voice recording says, what noise we hear, that's the only thing you'll ever see me edit into a video. You know, I'll take a 3-hour investigation and I'll cut out all the crap and make it an hour investigation. But that's the only two things that I ever do to a video. People want nighttime investigations. People love to be scared. That's why TV shows like Ghost Hunters and Ghost Adventures and Ghost Seekers, that's why they're so popular. People love to be scared. Now, if I wanted to be some fake-ass Hollywood paranormal investigator, then I would do what they do on those TV shows, and I would script half my investigation. Okay, we're going to add this noise in here. Jump. Be startled. Whatever it takes. Be scared. Take off running. Trip over that tombstone right there. Do whatever. And we'd probably blow up, because that's what people want. They want to be scared. Going out in the daytime, Mark don't understand a lot of times why I don't want to go out and do daytime investigations. Daytime investigations aren't spooky. I mean, daytime investigations just are not spooky, and people want to be spooked. They want to be startled. They want to hear something, but when you turn your camera to see what it is, they don't want to be able to see it. If they see a set of eyes sparkling in the light or something like that, that's scary as hell. They see a squirrel sitting there on top of a tombstone looking at you, they ain't too often scared of it. I mean, you know, unless its eyes are red and it's hovering 2 feet above the tombstone, then they might be a little scared of it. But that's what people want. They want to be startled. They want to be scared. That's why these big paranormal channels that have got 70,000, 80,000, 100,000 subscribers, you don't ever see daytime investigations, and they do have a tendency once in a while. But that's it. That's the key to it, and I won't do that. I won't dramatize my videos. When I started doing paranormal, I promised myself that I was not going to become Ghost Adventures. I was not going to over-dramatize stuff, and I wasn't going to, if I had to sell my soul, then it wasn't worth it to me. And that's why, you know, you don't see me jumping around and running and being scared. You know, I got attacked last year. I had shit scratch me last year. And people asked me, they said, well, weren't you scared? I said, oh, hell yeah, I was terrified. You know, here I am putting my stuff up. My partner's walking 30, 40 yards behind the car, just listening and watching as it slowly gets dark. And I feel that intense right down my back. And I thought I got bit or stung or something. And he came back, and I had him take a picture. I mean, right there in the video, I took my shirt off right in the video, showed everybody my fat old belly. And he took that picture, and I slapped it up there, and sure enough, marks going right down my spine. People asked me, are you scared? I said, I was terrified. I almost peed myself. But I wasn't going to show it. I wasn't going to give in to that crap. And I never will give in to that crap. if it means that we never make it to the big time and we stay YouTube investigators, so be it. We'll stay YouTube investigators. But when I've got 70 or 80 or 100,000 subscribers and I'm bringing in, you know, $5, $6, $7,000 a month, that's when people are going to start seeing me out and around, getting farther from home. If Mark can't go with me, if Danny can't go with me, I'm going to load the gear up and I'm going to jump on a Greyhound. I'm going to find somebody on my channel that lives in that area. I'm going to have them pick me up at the Greyhound station. I'm going to find a hotel. And if they want to come out and join me for the investigation, so be it. Let's do it. We're going to go out. We're going to do it. I may never be like some of those guys and go to England and Romania and Poland and Czechoslovakia and all these other places doing these investigations, but, you know, I've got 48 lower states right here, and I've not even been to half of them yet. And every place, every state has got its stories. Absolutely, if you come here, you wouldn't need a hotel. Well, I appreciate that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I would love to go where my family came from. I would love to go to Ellsworthshire, England, south of Cambridge. I would love to go to the northwestern coast of Scotland, up near Eilean Donan Castle. I would love to go to County Cork in Ireland and just see the areas my family came from. But that would be the extent of it. I don't care about now. I mean, you know, if my wife wanted to go to Poland, where her grandmother's mom and dad came from, then maybe. But if I was traveling alone, I wouldn't be concerned with it. I mean, you know, I've got Chris and Drew too in Scotland. I've got Sherry in England. My friend Alan in England. We have Cass in Wales. There's all kinds of old castles and Roman ruins and things all over the UK that I would love to investigate. But who knows? Maybe someday. Maybe someday we'll be the hottest old thing on YouTube. And they won't be able to live without us, and we'll start making, you know, $8,000 or $10,000 a month and have, you know, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 a month coming in donations and stuff like that, and be able to travel and go to those places. I'd like to go down to where fishing's at down in Georgia, and look at some of the old some of the history down there in Georgia and South Carolina and around in that area. Hot damn, we are past the 4-hour mark. It is 10:09. Whoop whoop. We have an hour and 50 minutes left. An hour and 50 and a half minutes. I'm not sure, but I think everybody else has either passed out and just left me playing, or they just left me playing and went and grabbed something to eat. I think you might be the only one, Jan. Unless KG's still sitting back there in the shadows lurking or something like that. Fishing popped back in and said hi, and I haven't seen him again. Not me. I was just brushing my teeth. Well, you got to do what you got to do. It's getting close to bedtime. I know you're probably getting tired. Hey, I can multitask. Us old country folk, we're used to that. There's fishing. It is a good night to throw a line, bud. 76 degrees right now and clear. Be a great night to drop a line, drown some worms. I mean, even if that's all you accomplish, just drowning some worms, it's a good night for it. My back's so sore, I'm not really tired. My my upper back today, amazingly enough, not my lower back, not my knees, not my hip, not my ankle. It's right up between my shoulder blades. Right where I can't reach. So I'll try not to wake the wife up when I go in there and get out my little massage gun and just kind of lay over the bed like I normally do, and just start running that massage gun from my neck down to the bottom of my shoulder blades. See if I can work that puppy out with that and a couple of painkillers. Get a couple of quarts. Yep. Get a couple of quarts and a couple pounds of worms and just go out there and just have at. And we got that brand new pier sitting down here, and I bet there's probably 15 people on that thing right now. Some of them actually go down on the pontoon. They built in 2 pontoon landings on that new pier, and I bet some of them are just sitting down there on a pontoon landing, just not a foot above the water surface. The rest of them all be up there standing on the pier, 8 feet above the top of the water, casting out as far as they can. That's usually where mine hurts, is my mid-back, all the way down to my hips, all the way down to my pelvis. And for some reason today, maybe it's all the moving and stuff I did in the daughter's room today, but then I started lifting and rearranging the bedroom and picking up heavy boxes and putting them in the closets and stuff like that. It's just that area right there from my neck down to the bottom of my shoulder blades. And I noticed earlier when I had the gun on it, I was hitting a resistance point right at the base of my shoulder blades. So I've got a vertebrae that's wanting to kind of pop out a little bit. And that normally happens in the center of my back, what I always laughingly call my dorsal fin. But not today. Today all the pain is right up between my shoulder blades. I need to find a good masseuse. I need to find one that'll actually come to the house, that don't charge an arm and a leg. And I have never had my back popped. I have never had a real professional massage. And um, my doctors have told me it would help me, but my insurance don't cover massage therapy. So it could cost me $150 to have somebody work on my back for an hour. My insurance don't cover chiropractics. So going to a chiropractor and getting myself reset and organized and stuff. I ever get rich, that's what I'm gonna. Lord knows a wife or girlfriend won't do it for free. Dude, the last time my wife sat and worked on my back, she hurt me more than I was hurting when she started. My daughter's friend is really, really good at it. I just feel bad having her buff up her knuckles trying to work on my back. You're talking 30 years of injury there, 37 years of injury that's never been worked on. I would hate to have an X-ray of my back right now. That thing probably looks like a hot pretzel stand or something back there, just curling everywhere. I have one, but it might cost you for her to come there. Last time I had her come here for me, charged $65. She does medical massage. That's all I want. I don't want, none of that extra goody stuff, but just getting a real massage, a deep tissue massage is going to loosen me up. So I mean, I love it. I love it when my daughter's friend does volunteer to do it because she's a strong little girl. She works on her grandparents' farm, and she'll tear into my muscles and my shoulders and stuff, and she's actually put me to sleep. I'll get on my knees on the pillows at the side of the bed and lay down over the bed, and she'll start working on my shoulders, my upper back or something, and she will literally put me to sleep. But after about 10 minutes of doing it, she looks like she's got severe arthritis or something. Her fingers are all crinkled up and stuff. It's about what mine looks like. MRI showed vertebrae and disc tissue with me. Yeah, see, I was diagnosed with degenerative disc disease 37 years ago, and I've never had anything done about it. They said that the bone was actually, the discs were degenerating, and the whole lower part of my spine, the bone was growing over the discs and solidifying the discs and stuff. And it was just the L4, L5, S1 region 37 years ago. God only knows what it looks like now. It's kind of scary. I know that I know I don't bend over as easy as I used to. But yeah, I've had people tell me, wake up in the morning, sit on the side of your bed, twist to the right as far as you can, twist to the left as far as you can, and just try to get your back to pop. It never does it. Every once in a great blue moon, you'll get like one pop. Matter of fact, I think there was one. and none. Yours is 6, 7, and 8. Yep, I told the wife the last time I went to the doctor and asked them about massage therapy, and they said the insurance didn't cover it. I told the wife then, I said, I ever get rich, I'm gonna find a masseuse that will come to the house with the massage table, set it up right in the middle of the living room, go find a pair of swim trunks, put them on, and let them go to work. I said, if you come home and there's a beautiful woman rubbing my back, don't think anything about it. I said, because my back is all she's rubbing. Damn horses. I miss horses. I miss horses. Oh God, tell me about it. I would. I'd feel like $1,000,000. You'd probably get videos of me skipping. And I haven't done that in years. I know when they first found out about it, 37 years ago, they told me, be very careful stepping off curbs. Be very careful walking across rocks. If you slip the wrong way, you blow out your lower spine. There's no cushion between those vertebrae anymore. If you slam down, back when I was a younger man, I'd be roofing a house. I could jump that 12 feet or 10 feet. I could jump. I could sit on the edge of the roof and scoot off and land on the ground on my feet. I'd be fine. I quit doing it when they warned me about my back. They said any solid impact like that can literally blow out your spine where the discs have dissolved at or degenerated at. And then you'll be paralyzed for the rest of your life from the waist down. So I don't risk it no more. Whoop, whoop, almost 10:30. Whoop, whoop. Almost to that hour and a half point. So how long did they, are you still here fishing? Are you lurking around back there in the shadows, doing other things? I was walking with my cane today, even lost my balance. The only time you ever see me walking with my cane is when I'm doing like a lot of walking. If my back is really hurting me, you'll see me use a cane, but I already look old enough. And I don't want to look older. So if my back's not hurting me, if I've got the right shoes on, I won't use it. Like at the Ren Fair next week, I'll take it with me in case I need it. I will probably have my walking stick more so than anything. But the boots that I wear, the knee-high leather cavalry style boots that I wear actually have two sets of insoles inside them for the extra padding on my heels when I walk. I've got one set of diabetic insoles and one set of Dr. Scholl's gel insoles down inside them to try to cushion my walk and make things easier on my back and my hips and stuff. So that's just one little tiny trick that I learned with that. But yeah, I'll have my cane with me next week. Don't tell anybody. But for the most part, on the video and when I'm recording and stuff like that, you'll see me with my walking stick. Well, fishing must have cut out again for a little bit. Doctor told me to get walking shoes. You know, we have a group in Niles, Michigan that does. Sorry, my back itches. They do the diabetic shoes and stuff like that. 2 years ago, they were supposed to call me and set up a new appointment. I called them, found out they moved. Never heard back from them. So, I mean, you know, my diabetic insoles and everything are like way out of date. You're only supposed to use those things for like 6 months. I've been using them for 2 years because I never heard back from these guys again. So I think the next time that I go to my doctor, I'm going to say, hey, I need a new phone number and a new address for these yahoos because I need some new insoles and stuff. And I need a new pair of tennis shoes because the diabetic tennis shoes I got 5 years ago, they're kind of wore out now. They're still kind of comfortable to do yard work and stuff in. But as for doing a lot of walking, no, not comfortable. Not comfortable. Yeah, walking shoes are great if you can get them. We have a store here called Walking Company. Oh, wow. Never heard of them before. The Walking Company. That's kind of cool. Yeah, most of your hospitals and stuff, your larger hospital groups that actually have orthopedic doctors and stuff, somewhere in their vast list of phone numbers and stuff, they have got some kind of company that does special orthopedic insoles, diabetic shoes, diabetic insoles, stuff like that, and your insurance should cover those, especially if it comes from your doctor and they want you to have a special kind of shoe or a special kind of insole. Your insurance will cover that. My gym shoes are falling apart. Last time I buy New Balance shoes. They aren't that old. See, I've always heard good things about New Balance. But I've not seen a New Balance shoe in a store in a while. New Balance up this way, and this is going to sound really weird, but New Balance up this way is deals mostly with the prison system. They you can buy New Balance shoes on the commissary, and I've got a lot of friends that have walked out of prison and had brand new shiny pearly white New Balances on. So I haven't seen New Balances in a store in forever though. These are the first I've had trouble with. See, I always heard good things about New Balance. I didn't know anybody's ever had trouble with New Balances. Bloody thing went out again. Gotta quit this yawning stuff, man. Starting to get tuckered out a little bit. I'm hoping and praying you were right, and by the time this is all over with, I can go in there, crawl in bed, and pass out. The only one on New Balance can be found just about anywhere here. Oh, you get them for Jay for work? Keep my fingers crossed. Me too. It'd be nice, that's for sure, to actually crawl in bed and sleep for, 5, 6 hours. I'd feel like a new man. I could sleep for 5 or 6 hours. And there we are. It is 10:32. We have an hour and a half left. This morning, 4:20, I had 4 dogs jumping on me. Need to watch Friday the 13th. I was actually going to watch it earlier today. And I was so busy with the daughter and stuff like that, I didn't get a chance to. But I was going to watch it. Yeah, I know, he's back. I was yelling for him just a few minutes ago. That's how I could tell he wasn't here. How long did this company give you to accept your new job there, bud? That was a hell of an internal yawn yesterday. Well, good. Good. I'm glad it worked out for you. Like I said, it's sad that you're not going to be up this way anymore. I really enjoyed hanging out with you that day that you came over. But man, I'll tell you what. Just knowing that you're back down there where you've been for the longest time. You're going back into a job that you're familiar with. That tickles me, man. I'm so happy for you. That's great. That's great. Got new uniforms today. Start Monday. Oh my God, they make you wear uniforms. You can't just wear jeans and a uniform shirt. Or You just don't strike me as a uniform kind of guy, dude. Ugh, goodness gracious sakes. That one there snuck up on me. I know, I don't want to start it. I know you're up past your bedtime right now. You're usually heading to bed at the end of a normal live stream, an hour and a half ago. I'm trying not to do it. I bought my own, I bought my own, I don't like wearing my clothes. Ah, gotcha. So where are you staying at down there? If you don't mind me asking, was you able to find a place pretty easy back down there? I had uniforms at the last company, wore them last 9 years. Ah, okay. Yeah, you just looked so relaxed and stuff, dude, that when you came up here that day, it's like, man, I can't imagine him in uniform. Oh, staying at your place, cool. Cool. I covered at that time. As if you couldn't tell by me doing this what I was doing, but still I covered it. I think the next time that I try to do one of these, I'm going to try to do it do it through the daytime on a Saturday or Sunday when there's more people at home and my body's not already done a whole day. I'm not trying to. I'm seriously trying to not yawn at all. But I don't drink caffeine, so. Give people another chance. I'm too nice, a guy or an idiot. Let's not try to make that decision right now. Let's just say that you're a big guy with a big heart and you believe in chances, and which there's absolutely nothing wrong with. And we'll leave it at that for now. I don't see nothing wrong with chances, quite honestly. I look at chances like I look at playing basketball. That basketball is a chance. You pass it off to your teammate. What they do with it is up to them. They can either do the right thing with it and take it down court and lay it up, or they can take it and look at the guy next to them and hand it to them. What time is best for a matinee? You know, that's a good question. I know when I was young, a long time ago when I was young, there was a TV show on Saturdays called Matinee at the Bijou. And it usually came on about 10 o'clock in the morning. And they would do like a double feature. So by 3 o'clock, it was off the air. And it was on TV for years. And it seems like it was always popular. Midnight matinee. That's not too awful bad. It would give the night owl something to do. So I mean, not too awful bad. On those nights when I pass out at 8 o'clock or something like that, and I'm up at 11:30 looking for something to do, I'd watch it. East Coast time, so not too late for the UK, not too early for the West Coast. Yeah, I was starting to say, I think we're on the same time, Caucasian. I'm pretty sure we are anyway. Um, 10:42 p.m. here right now. Okay. Yep. Oh, muscle spasm. Muscle spasm. Oh, muscle spasm in the knee. Ouch. Made my made my leg tingle all the way from my kneecap all the way down to my middle toes on my right leg. Come on. Hour and 10 minutes. Hour and 10 minutes. I'll put the massage gun back on my back. Well, and I take a multivitamin for the muscle spasms and stuff because a lot of times I'll wake up in the morning and I'll stretch and I'll automatically get a Charlie horse or I'll get a spasm in my foot that'll make my middle two toes start to lift up. Um, so I take a multivitamin for that, but when my back is messed up, it makes the um, almost not that it's not really a muscle spasm. It's more like pinpricks, like somebody's sitting there with little needles and they're poking you really really fast. It's more like that, and then it shoots right down my leg into my foot. Yeah, I know. Drum roll, Drew Telethon. Oh hell, it's only 10:44. So okay, hour and 15 minutes. I mean, I'll make it. I got no doubts in that. 6 hours, ending at midnight. Doggone it, still going on down there. Um, I'll make it. I might look retarded if everybody leaves. I'm just sitting up here just staring at the camera. I've had a couple. I've had a couple send in. Hey, Adam. Good to see you, bud. Hope you're doing good tonight. Yeah, Jan, I'm always thankful. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how much. You know, I'm always thankful. It helps. Every little bit helps. Um, I'm just thankful that I've got a great community, a great family here, and you know, people help out. I'm just thankful for that. How are you doing out there in Arizona, there, Mister Adam? Holding up all right out there? 10:46. Here be 8:46 in Arizona. I think. Yeah, I think we're 2 hours different now. You'd never know. You'd never know, Jan. I'd still be just as I'd still be the same smiley person I am right now. Oh, doing good, just working a lot. 7:46. Okay, so we're 3 hours. 3 hours difference. Didn't I have an Amish guy on here? Um, no. I had Abe Lincoln on here once. No Amish guys. Yeah, Adam, you've always been a worker ever since I met you. You've always worked a lot of hours, bud. Did someone say, "Hey, Blinken"? No, I said Abe Lincoln. I just watched that movie the other day. I love Princess Bride. Probably one of the best movies that came out of the '80s. I mean, you know, it's a long list of good movies that came out of the '80s, but still. 16 Candles, The Breakfast Club, St. Elmo's Fire, Princess Bride. Robin Hood, Men in Tights. I can't imagine an Amish family in the Middle East. I don't know why I would imagine an Amish family in the Middle East. Yeah, Yeah, you're right. It was Robin Hood Men in Tights. The redhead in that was really pretty too. You know who that lady was that was in Robin Hood Men in Tights? You know who she was married to, don't you, Adam? Yeah, they are both great movies. That was John Ritter's wife from Three's Company. That's who John Ritter was married to when he passed away. Was that redhead? I think they've got two daughters together or something like that. And in The Princess Bride, um, Robin Wright was married to Sean Penn. She became Robin Wright Penn, um, the one that played Princess Buttercup. You know, of all the movies that John Ritter ever done, um, he done a superhero movie in the 80s, and I believe it was called American Hero, uh, where he dressed up in a superhero costume and ran around the city stopping crimes. That's the one movie of his that really sticks out in my mind from my childhood. All right, Richie. You have a good night too, bud. Thanks for hanging out for a while with us and stuff. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Andre the Giant was in The Princess Bride. Mandy Patinkin, he's the one who he was the Spaniard. I am Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Lake Placid. Lake Placid was a good movie. Now they've got like five or six of them. Burt Reynolds. What about Burt Reynolds, Adam? Smokey and the Bandit Marathon on the Sundance Channel. Whoop whoop. Smokey and the Bandit. You know, don't shoot me down, but a couple of nights ago, I was looking for something to watch that was different. I found Robot Chicken, and they were doing a full episode about, uh, well, it had Smokey and the Bandit, had Fast and the Furious, had Batman, had um, Snidely Whiplash, Mask. Oh, okay. He was in Nickelodeon with John Ritter. Okay. Haven't seen Cannonball run in forever. Neither have I. I've not seen it advertised on any channel for the longest time. Old Smokey and the Bandit. That old Trans Am of his, and oh, Jerry Reed. Before his trademark mustache. The 70s porn stash that never died. No, they really honestly don't. They don't show that many really good movies anymore. I mean, once in a while, you can find them if you look really hard. But, yeah, I mean, just outwardly advertising a good old movie or something like that, you just don't. There's so many B movies and C movies and Z movies. You know, the ones that were shot in someone's backyard on a $32 budget. We can't afford to pay you guys, but my wife made sandwiches. Hope you don't mind peanut butter and jelly. That's a Z movie. $75 degrees here still, which means it's probably still 80 inside the house because the air conditioner's running right now, and it's set on 73. So I would say if it's 75 outside, it's probably somewhere between 78 and 80 in the house right now. So before I go to bed, I'll shut the air conditioner off and open all the windows back up. They don't show any of the good comedies either. Oh, no, they don't. They don't. It's really hard to find that good stuff anymore. You can always find a lot of the old westerns. Most of our streaming channels, when you go to the western category or something like that, you'll find 8 or 10 modern or 8 or 10 old classic movies, and the rest of them are all modern stuff and spaghetti westerns. Got to 94 today. Yeah, Santee said something this morning about it getting, I think he said 95 or 98 in Tucson. There, the AC just shut off. What's the humidity right now? That'll depend on whether or not I open the windows up. Oh, expect showers tomorrow. I just had a shower earlier today. I don't need one tomorrow. Didn't Santee say that it was going to be 102 this weekend? Yes. I believe it was 102, he said. And if it's going to be 102 this early in May, could you imagine what the 1st of August is going to be like out there? They're going to be back up to 115 degrees, if not more so. I've been getting a lot of reconnecting, spinny arrow stuff here, Adam. I thought it was just me earlier when things were screwing up on here really bad, and then I had other people say, nope, they saw the same thing I did, so. YouTube's been having a lot of issues lately, though. I tried to upload a video the other day, and while I was trying to upload it, my phone just sat there, spin. I had to back out like 8 or 10 times, and before it would actually do anything. Why would anyone want to live there? I'll be honest with you, fishing. When I lived in Texas, we had a lot of 110 degree days in the summer, but it don't feel anything like what we imagine 110 feeling like. How you see Santee dress on his videos, a t-shirt with a long sleeve shirt on over it, or a lot of times I wore a t-shirt with a jean jacket, a pair of jeans and everything, and I was comfortable. It's a very, very dry heat. It's not got the moisture and stuff that we do on our coastal states or around the large bodies of water like we do up here around the lakes. It just feels completely different. 110 degrees in the southwest feels like 87, 88 degrees up here. But without the humidity, without that stickiness. Jay always said he'd like to spend winters in Arizona. I wouldn't mind it. Till August, then you get lots of humidity. I never really had a problem. Then again, I've never been in Arizona. And as far north as you are, I mean, I'm sure you get the best of both climates where you're at, Adam. But yeah, I'd love to spend winters in Arizona. 60, 65 degrees. Maybe a cool morning once in a while, but then as soon as the sun comes up, it heats up pretty quick. But, I'd love them 60. And the really cool thing about Arizona, especially down there close to Tucson, is, I teased Santee for the last 2 years about bringing his wife to Michigan, so she could play in the snow and stuff. And he says if she wants to play in the snow, I just got to take her, I think he said like 20 miles outside of town. As soon as if you look at it, if you're in Tucson and you look up at the mountains, you see snow in the mountains. He says, I just got to take her like an hour, and she can play in the snow all she wants to, and then we'll go right back down to the temperatures I like. At one point he said we should sell the house, buy a motorhome, and travel. Jan, I'll tell you what, if I was rich, that's what I would do. Or if I had a way to constantly make an income, like when my wife's stepdad and his wife, when he officially retired, um, 3 years ago, they sold their house to his son, and they bought a motorhome. But he was an engineer, and he designed things. He would get the contracts via email. He would design the stuff on his computer and email all designs back, and have a check in his account within a couple days. Now he's full blown retired. He don't do anything anymore, and because she got tired of him, they've been to 30 states, and she'd get up in the morning and want to go somewhere to have breakfast. He'd be sitting out on a picnic table on his laptop working on some engineering project for some company back up here. And she got ticked off about it because he wasn't enjoying his semi-retirement. He was still working more than he was retired. So she made him sell the company, and now all they do is travel. About 30 minutes north of Phoenix in the mountains, but still in the desert. Mount Lemmon, okay. Gosh, would hurt with a motorhome. Oh, I could imagine. I think it'd be kind of cool, though. I think it'd be kind of cool. I would love to start out on the East Coast, up in Maine or Rhode Island, and just slowly work my way down the East Coast. And when I get down to Pennsylvania, start heading west. Work my way around the Great Lakes, go right back up to the Canadian border on the west side of Lake Michigan, go all the way out to Washington, drop down to Oregon, work my way back east again till I get to Wisconsin, drop down to Illinois, and start traveling back again. And I don't care if you spend, I don't care, I wouldn't care if I spent 2 days or a week in each state. Even a month, just depends on what there is to see. I know there's places in Montana and Wyoming, the Dakotas, that I'd want to stay for a month. One of Jay's old co-workers did that when she retired, going to Oregon in August. Very cool. Yeah, if I was some kind of independent, wealthy type person that didn't have to worry about the finances and stuff like that, that's what I'd do. What you going to Oregon for there, Adam? Change of scenery? Rain? Hopefully do some filming for my channel while I'm there. Water. Well, there's a lot of that in Oregon. My best friend, goddaughter, mom lived there. Oh, that's cool. Hey, Bubba. Heading to work, huh? Yeah, about that time. Hopefully it's a nice, adventurous evening for you, and you can rest up your back a little bit. I told him it would have to be a tall motorhome because I'm not parting with my 9-foot Christmas tree. Really? Well, maybe you'll be somewhere really nice at Christmas time and you can set it up outside. That'd be pretty. Yeah, I figured your back was probably still hurting you. Not gonna happen. The, the damn tree stays inside. Jay can go outside and be pretty. The tree stays inside. Yeah, I was hoping your back would be straightened out by now. Or at least be straightened out by Monday evening. Yeah, you could decorate Jay for Christmas. Dress him as Santa Claus. You know, lay the awning out over the doorway, have the Christmas tree set up somewhere where people can see it out the window. Have Jay sitting outside in a lounge chair dressed as Santa Claus. Finally heard from him. Unfortunately, it's not good news. Poor little dude. That's sad. I was really hoping he'd click, but he's only been there for a few days, so always pray. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it don't, but always pray. Calm down. What if they could pump water from the Great Lakes to California? It'd be nice. It'd be nice if they could. We got too much water up here. Get rid of the water, maybe we'll get rid of some of the humidity. God, the doctor told me he needs to lose weight. Start making more salads. He says he wants to. He says he wants a hamburger. Grind up that ground beef, fry it up in the skillet, put a little bit of taco seasoning on it, make him a taco salad. He wants chicken. Fantastic. Cut that chicken into strips, fry it up in the skillet, throw it on a salad. I'm eating a lot more lettuce and stuff right now, and I'm still losing weight. I cannot wait to get back to the doctor again. I was 202 pounds when I went to the doctor the other day, and I've always hit a 200-pound plateau and stopped. I can never get back below 200 pounds no matter what I do. I bet I do this time. Keeps losing his privileges. Poor little guy. My God. Just got too much anger and confusion built up inside him. There's way too much anger and confusion. California's the most crybaby state. Always needs this and that. California. It's not Arizona. Hey, didn't you say it was going to get to about 102 this weekend, Santi? I know you're here. That's why I just asked you a question. No, Adam. No, we're talking about somebody else. I'm here, you no good live streaming cigar puffing rogue. Yep, I got me 44 minutes left. I have made it almost the whole time. And ain't passed out once. Of course, I'm thinking I probably should have fired the coffee pot up for this instead of drinking my diet soda. At least then there would have been some caffeine coursing through my system. At least until I yawned and closed my eyes and passed out, hit my head on the table. Then you guys just like laughed. I have only been to the bloody bathroom twice tonight. And I've been sitting here drinking my soda all evening long. Only been to the bathroom twice. That's a new record. What are you still doing up, Santee? I figured you'd been passed out a long time ago. Yep, just my diet soda pop. Diet Fago Moon Mist. 0 carbs. No caffeine. Tastes like Mountain Dew. Yes, Dr. Frankenstein was the scientist. Quite honestly, they never actually named the monster. I mean, movies officially called him Frankenstein, but in all the original movies, he was Frankenstein's monster. He never really had a name. Dr. Frankenstein was his creator. Which I always thought was kind of effed up a little bit. I was hoping to make it the rest of the way with you, but my eyes are getting heavy. Go to bed, honey. Go to bed. I'm good. Even if I mean everybody left here, I'd still be sitting here at midnight. I mean these little Leopold J. Fiddleton. That's it. That was his name. Leopold. But yeah, I mean, if you need to go to bed, Jan, go on, go to bed. But Frankenstein rolls off the tongue better. You too, Jan. You too. We'll see you. We'll see you on Monday. You sleep well. Have a good weekend. Don't work the husband too hard on his days off. I mean, throw him a wet. Throw him a wet wash rag or a cold drink of water. Throw some ice cubes at him. Do something. Let him sit down for a second. Think he's going to get a rest, and then make him get back up, get back to work. Off the tongue better. Now, who in the world is sending emails this time of the night? Quit blocking off my chat. For those of you who did not get to see Ghostbusters in the theater when it came out back in December, Monday night on, I think it's on HBO, on the streaming channel, it's coming on for free. So you actually got a chance to watch it. I will be at the Morris Performing Arts Center on Monday night, so the wife and I are going to sit down and watch it on Tuesday. Can't wait to see it again. First time I saw it, my eyes were too watery to enjoy it. Now I'm ready. I'm going to be ready. I'm going to get me some chips. I'm going to get me a little dip. I might even pop some popcorn. I'm going to sit down and watch it. It was good. They did a real good job with it. Of course, it was nice seeing the guys back together again. Loved the kids. They were a great installation into it. I can't wait for the next one to come out. They've already started working on it. Hopefully within the next year, it'll be in the theaters. And I'll get to don the pretty tan jumpsuit and my combat boots. And hopefully whatever other kinds of equipment that I happen to jerry rig up for myself. And I'll go back out with Danny and the guys again and do another premiere. I don't care. It was definitely a good movie though. After 35 years with no real Ghostbuster movies, I ain't counting that one from like 2016. I don't care if they pay me, I'm not counting that one for 2016. But, yeah. Afterlife was good. All right, Adam. You go do that, bud. I know it's been a long day. So go get your SS and S taken care of, and get yourself a bite. And go make love to your pillow. Have a good night, bud. We'll see you next week. We are down to 35 minutes, and I have not passed out yet. Haven't even thought about it. Well, my luck, this will be that night when I go in there and I get on my comfies and I crawl in bed and can't go to sleep. You watch. 73 degrees. Slowly going down. If it stays above 70 tonight, it'll be perfect sleeping weather. Got the little breeze from the fan blowing on us. Open the windows all back up, shut the air off. Put in a scary movie. Nah, because they shut off in like 2.5 hours. We turn something on, we turn on some kind of a series, be Family Guy or Brickleberry or Cleveland or South Park or something. That way it plays all night long. Don't really understand it, can't explain it. Always tend to sleep a little bit better when we got some kind of noise and light flickering in the room. And the TV's down at our feet, so it don't interfere with our eyes. Especially when you got a battery pack like this sitting there blocking all the light from your face. Well, again, congratulations, Fishing, on getting your new job. Congratulations on second chances. It just proves what kind of a man you really are. A big guy with a big heart. So I hope it all works out for the best and everything is well. And Band-Aids go on where Band-Aids need to go on, and the other fractures are completely healed up and become just a distant memory. My only question is, how's it going to feel to be back to work after being off for so long? You there for a few months. You got to live the life of an independent entrepreneur. You done what you wanted to do when you wanted to do it. Now you got to go back to that grind again. How's that going to feel? You're still a young man, though. You should be able to do it. 5 months. Doesn't seem like that long, but it sure has been. Well, you know the nice thing about it, if your job sends you back up this way and you're closer than Detroit, at least you got a place to stay. It won't cost you no money. We are in the home stretch, y'all. It is 11:31. We're in the home stretch. 28 and a half minutes left. Bum, bum, bum. I'll have to get you down here for a few days. Some haunted places here. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. I would really enjoy that. And I know there's quite a few places, down around that area that I would really like to check out. I know there's several locations either uh, from the war that people have talked about having some type of supernatural experience at. Even old abandoned historic buildings and stuff. Um, Georgia's always been one of those places of interest for me. I just I gotta have far enough advanced warning that I can find somebody to help or somebody take care of Grandma while I'm gone. That is my big number one responsibility is taking care of the old woman. And you gotta watch her like a hawk, man. Her and I were sitting at a table the other day, and I told her, I said, it's really pretty outside. You want to go out on the deck and sit? And she said, that sounds nice. So I went in the bedroom to put on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, come back out, she's gone. Went outside, yelled for her, no response. Ran down the driveway to the road, started looking down both roads, couldn't find her anywhere. Called the neighbor across the street, the old school teacher that comes over all the time. No answer, so she's not home. Ran over and looked at her back door, make sure Grandma didn't fall off her back porch or something, trying to get to her kitchen door. No sign of her. Ran over and knocked on the old man's house across the street. No answer. Finally found her across the alley at the neighbor's house on their back porch chatting with him. Gotta watch her like a hawk. Told her, I walked her back home. She almost fell 3 times crossing the alley. So I told her from now on she can't go outside without her walker. I'll be damned, I walked out in the kitchen today. She's standing out in the middle of the driveway just looking at the sky, looking at the birds and the squirrels and stuff. I'm like, why are you out here without your walker? I don't need that damn thing. That's what you thought the other day too, till you started walking back across the alley, went, ooh, and almost fell over. Luckily I had a hold of your arm. Yep, have to plan it for the fall. You're right. At least now you're back down there. Don't got to worry about that snow and stuff anymore that you did this winter. Not much, not much snow in Georgia. Well, it says there's still 4 people watching, but I don't think they're really there. I think they just left us running. KG was occasionally popping up there for a while when I said something, then she didn't pop up anymore. I think Santee's probably scooted out too. Hey, Blaine. Nope, we are not here, and I see dead people. Here in another 23 minutes, I'm going to be among those dead people. My pillows are already fluffed up and waiting. We just about, yeah, I'm really a robot. Beep boop boop, beep boop boop. Did somebody order a pizza from the future? Beep boop boop, beep boop. I'm banking on bed in a few. That's where I'm gonna be heading, bud. Here in 22 minutes, 21 and a half minutes. As soon as I end this thing, I am shutting stuff down and I am heading straight for Bunky Land. Might grab me a hot dog first. I've got kind of hungry. It's been almost 7 hours since I had dinner, so I might get a hot dog first, but I don't know. I haven't decided yet. So how was your day today, Mr. Blaine? Sloths are hot after midnight. Blaine hardly ever makes it down this way to Four Winds at Dewajak. He usually stays up there in Hartford, which I don't blame him for because it's right there by his house, not very far away. So I mean, Carrie, what's up, bud? Yeah, we have investigations and stuff coming up that we have to pay for and stuff like that. So I decided one of them is Monday night. You know, Mark covered over half of the Morris Performing Arts Center by himself. So you know, I'm trying to help pitch in and stuff. You know, where I can. Plus, I've got the next weekend. I got to buy food and everything for. Um, oh, I'm sorry, sir. There you go, Mr. Carey. Um, and then we've got another investigation coming up on June 4th that they're actually supplying us with cabins so we can do an overnight investigation, but the place is kept running for donations. So, I'm try to pitch in there where I can. Next weekend's the one that really scares me because I got to buy all my food and stuff like that. So never mind. I just missed it because I suck. But yeah, next weekend I gotta buy my food, my drink, my firewood, all that kind of stuff. So I'm, you know, screw it. I figured I would do a fundraiser. I've not done a fundraiser in a while. I figured hell with it. Let me see here. Going to Hartford Four Winds in the morning. Sounds like fun. I hope I don't see anything. Never mind. I just remember. Hey, Drew, gotta run. Nightmare. All right, bud. Don't have a nightmare. Don't have a nightmare. Get a good night's sleep so we can see your happy smiling face on this upcoming video from tomorrow morning's Hartford Four Winds trip. Do a bag and cooler check. Be like, can't have this or that. I've got a big cooler, dude, and I say we save our gallon milk jugs, and I wash them out really good, fill them with water, and then as they melt, I have fresh ice cold drinking water, and it keeps it. Don't let anything get like super saturated in the cooler. Um, but I could fit 4 cases of beer with ice in that cooler. I actually will not have any beer at the event next week. I have got 2 different flavors of homemade mead that a buddy of mine right here close by me makes. I have one that is a fruit punch or a honey mead, and the other one is cherry mead. So, and both of them, oh my God. For his first time out making mead, this stuff is alcohol content, and this stuff's got to be 11 or 12, and it tastes like soda pop going down. So it's one of those dangerous ones. You start chugging it out of the bottle, because he even does the old bottle with the big cork, and he wax seals them. And you pop the seal on that thing and start drinking it. You're drinking it like cherry soda or something like that, and then all of a sudden it starts kicking you in your sack. I don't have the money for beer. I got more important things to do. So be eating any free snacks. Might get a real buzz. Dude, I'll tell you what, the one thing you guys will see on that video, though, is how I smoke my bacon. My wife found bacon on sale the other day and picked me up 2 packages of bacon. I'm going to try to pick up 2 more. 4 pounds of bacon will get me through 4 days. And because I'll sit and snack on bacon jerky the whole time I'm there. And I don't got to worry about the grease content because it all drips off in the fire when I'm smoking it. Might take some eggs, might take some taters, maybe an onion. A lot of lettuce. Eat a lot of salads. Eat a lot of salads now. I'm going to get my manly figure back one way or another. Take some pita bread or something like that. Make a couple of BLTs while I'm there. Who knows? A lot of coffee. Be drinking a lot of coffee. No beer. I get it, need, but still. Yeah, my clot's getting better. I'm not feeling the pain up through here anymore. The calf is really loosened up now. It still hurts to apply pressure to it. They said it could take a year for it to completely break up, but I still take my medicine every morning, same bat time, same bat station, and I'm walking as much as I can. The investigation on Monday night, that place is huge. It's like 25 seating for 2,500. I think they said there's 11 rooms in the theater, plus a lot of stairs. The Ren Fair, I'll be walking around constantly. So I'm still getting, I'm exercising it. It's still breaking up, but it's breaking up in much smaller pieces now, so I'm not feeling the chest pains and stuff that goes along with it. I'm feeling healthy again. I'm feeling real healthy. I guess she isn't what? No beer. Heresy. I get it, meat, but still. And cold beer. No, I just suck. You guess she isn't what, Carrie? I just went back up through the chat, and you guess she isn't what? Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody in there? Hey, can you hear me? Is there anybody home? 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes. Whoop, whoop. Eight minutes. Yep. Well, actually, yeah. 6.5 minutes. Things got real quiet real fast. Carrie must have passed out. Like Adam used to do. When he'd be talking and send a message and you'd right away say something back to him and wouldn't hear anything for like 20 minutes because he just flat out passed out. It's like having narcolepsy. Just be right in the middle of a sentence. Just. Oh, you're doing 5 things at once. Okay. That's what it was. I wasn't sure if he was still here or not because when you typed, I guess she isn't up there. I asked you, guess she isn't what, and I just figured that you passed out. Out goes one. Out goes the other. Harassing SBIK so I can give her $5 fallout. Trying to learn how to jury rig 2 routers together for better signal. I'm listening to the scanner because I'm at Papa Carries and 95% of fire. You guys got fires down there again? Oh, Papa Carey, man. How's he doing? Is he still alright? I don't know if you can rig two routers together or not. I don't know if that's possible. Because each individual router has its own password and stuff. Unless they're originally set up to have the same password. Not yet. No, Tifo's taking this weekend off, I guess. He's doing very well. Good. Good, good. It's good to hear. I know there for a while I kind of just wasn't sure, but good. I'll send you the link I'm looking at. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can. But you have to click on each individual source or each individual Wi-Fi link on your device. So if one there's got to be a way. My God, there's a way to do just about anything out there. I don't know. Too many damn computer boards and computer chips and stuff in those things for me to understand them. All right, fishing. You take care of yourself, bud. Um, Good luck on Monday with the new job and stuff. Let me know how it works out. You got my number. You take care of yourself. Have a good weekend. And I'll talk to you when you message me. Thanks, brother. It's about that time. We got less than a minute to go. Still got 5 happy little peoples watching. Well, 4. Carrie, thank you as well. It came in. I appreciate the help, my friend. But it is that time. It is time for me to be like a worn out puppy and go find a pillow to lay my head on. Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out with us. We did 6 hours tonight. Whoop, whoop. You guys all have a good... Oh, shit, it just ended. Am I still live? My thingy just started over. It's at the beginning of the live stream again, which is really buggered up. But anyway, thank you much, Carrie. I appreciate it. It came in. Um, I'll definitely check out that link. Yep, we'll see you later, Terry. Take care, hon. Um, and I'll check that link out, see if I can figure something out. 'Cause I've never heard of putting two of them together. But it'd be cool to figure out if you can or not. Because we still have an old one sitting around here, and we got one we've only had for a couple years, and Wi-Fi back here on the other end of the house sucks ass. So we'll see what happens. Let me finish this real quick. But alright, guys, y'all have a good evening, have a good weekend, and I will see you all Monday morning, 8 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time for coffee and chat. But until then, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. God bless you, God love you, I do. We'll see y'all first of the week. Good night, y'all.